Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Here we are right into the thick of it then. In this picks and bans between Ice Age and Order of the Blight here in the Merlin division. Fairly standard bans so far. We got the Cleaner coming out for Ice Age in that third ban slot. Not wanting to deal with that out of solo or jungle.
Absolutely. Solo or jungle. Same thing can be said about the Ao Kuang or even the Thor. Of course, starting with the Freya and Soul bands, just kind of showcasing these are really potent and we don't want to give them up.
Olorun's still available here if Ice Age wanted a mage ADC in that long lane.
Honestly,
Kronos as well, but Olorun is obviously the more preferred pick.
honestly, as a as a support myself, I never look at Olorun as a real threat, even in the late game. So easy to catch out, so easy to deal with, in all honesty. As Kukulin gets picked up by Order of the Blight with their first pick of the draft, and Maui with their second front line, very, very strong for that team right there. I would
Definitely going to be
very
looking to get into the backline with that Cullen and disrupt what Ice Age is planning to do. But they've picked up the Agni, a very strong choice out of mid. Very artillery mage that's able to stun you and blow you up at the same time from range.
absolutely. And the Achilles, a very good answer, in my opinion, to the Kukulin, to the Maui, be it in solo or as a flexible support pickup, even.
Would be interesting to see the Achilles in support. I haven't seen that in quite a while, but I suppose there is some merit to it if Ice Age wanted to try and just mix it up, have support bands come through in the second wave of bands, and then just pick a solo laner. It would be an interesting play.
It's something that as long as they have a support that maybe has Achilles in their back pocket, it's not something to forget about. He has great damage output, can really control an area through that. And there's a reason that one of the better sayings in that regard is death is the best form of crowd control. But no, they're going to go with the Athena and Achilles, a very strong tank duo in their own right.
And that Ola run getting picked up by the Order of the Blight should be a fairly decent duel lane coming out of them with impactful ultimates once it gets to the team fight stage.
Absolutely, and with the Izanami ban, they just don't want to allow too much pressure on that Olaron. A very good call, in my opinion, in that regard. Olaron, very easy to pressure out in the early game, and probably going to see a lot of ganks come his way if they want to play against that.
In that regard, I'd like to see Order of the Light maybe take away the ROM as well, just to make sure that both of those very high pressure gods would not be available. But they end up going for the Naja, trying to limit the setup that the Ice Age already being very strong with both Achilles, Agni, and Athena. Lots of
It's
crowd
worth
control.
mentioning that if Najah lands his sash in Olaron ult, it extends the duration of the sash. It is mean if you land that in his ult. Because while, yeah, you're in the air, you're untargetable, and you're hitting them while on the ground. It's like banishing them almost.
That is a good point. We got the Mercury and the Daji bands coming through against Order of the Blight here. It seems like Ice Age want to make sure that there is no. Both of those, I would say, would be hyper carry junglers if they can make it to their respective power spikes. And now both being taken away. Lancelot getting locked in instead for the Order of the Blight.
I love the Lancelot pick here. It really limits a lot of what Achilles can do. It also limits Athena quite a bit, her ability to actually build those block stacks off of that dash. Though he's still going to be worried of that taunt, obviously. And you were just talking about that ROM, and now it's getting hovered.
I with Rom brings so much pressure with those astral arrows, and they do lock it in, which is going to make this Oloran have quite a bit of a challenge in the early game in this dual lane. And then the Camazots heading into the jungle, not a bad pick. I'd say Ice Age's draft is coming together pretty well.
Camazotz gets to completely ignore Olorin's ult. Rom gets to completely ignore Olorin's ult. Achilles can completely ignore Olorin's ult. Like, I can look all up and down that draft, and I think the only one that really cares about Olorin ult is Akane.
And
So that
if it's just the opposing mid laner that is scared of the ult, that really makes uh you know it really lessens the value that Oleron is going to bring to this team fight.
Olorin from behind late game is an ult bot, and even from ahead is an ult bot first. So I'm really tempted to see what Order of the Blight can put together here in that game with Oleron. But I feel like the draft goes to Ice Age. I feel like the execution threshold of this game for Ice Age is much, much lower than Order of the Blight.
Agreed. I feel like if Order of the Blight can put it together and execute well, they do have a lot of very strong pieces, but it will be if they fall behind it by and they're still behind in the mid game, it might be a quite an uphill battle for them to get the dub here with this draft.
Alpha Hunter, what?
Oh.
Ah, Alfredomte. Well, as we get ready to go into game one, production is telling us to keep an eye on Rom and Athena in this game.
Should be a very potent dual lane at all stages of the game. Rom with that great early pressure, as we talked about already. And then if you build into crit, which is what most physical hunters are doing as of right now, he can just absolutely blow up anybody that's opposing him.
And it's worth mentioning his ultimate is one of the best secures in the game. Of course, always made better when you're allowed to go power builds on him, but even without that, just shredding any objective in his team's way or securing them for himself from a very safe distance.
Oloran Merlin is quite a lot of burn that they can put on the objectives. If they can manage to zone out things like the Rom and the Agni, who might have the better secure, being able to put Oloran ult around a fire giant and use that Merlin burn could be pretty effective in getting the uh them that those objectives.
I apologize, but good luck zoning far enough to deal with Rommel. You gotta take him off the map entirely. That's how you zone
That is a
him.
good point. The best form of zoning is death. Hopping into game here, see what sort of build direction these teams want to head.
Honestly, I feel like from the support role, we're probably going to see Benevolence and Cloak start. Prophetic Cloak is just a phenomenal item right now. Very, very efficient for the cost, giving you prots, giving you all the middies you want. It's just I don't know what else to say about it. It is a phenomenal item
And the
100%.
sooner you get that built, the sooner you can start stacking it. And once that cloak gets stacked, it becomes just a monster of a tank item.
Absolutely. And I've had games where I stacked it just in ranked or in casuals where I was able to focus on stacking this item, got it stacked at 14 minutes. And from there, I'm able to just run at people because I really don't care. They can't hurt me.
It's interesting taking a look at these early builds. Rich or RCH not actually going for Sands of Time on the Merlin, losing out on that cooldown to pick up the Conduit gem instead. Also doesn't look like he's going to be stacking, getting that artifact. Maybe he's
He's, I
heading
think
into
he's
that
using.
Giannis build.
I think what he's doing is he's using the artifact for some MP5. He might still go into stacks, but if he wants the conduit gem for early poke and stuff like that, then it's worth thinking about the fact that he might just full build book on one back. Yeah.
That is a good point. There's also the Season 9-esque build where you would go Conduit Gem into Chronos Pendant to get you that early boost of cooldown, MP5, and power. Might be trying to shake up what is the normal meta build and bring some of his own flavor into this game.
He could certainly be doing that. It would help him stay safe into this Kamazotz for sure, because it allows him to just kind of flicker away more often. So, could certainly be the strategy. I could definitely see that being a little bit safer.
Could be. Bat Out of Hell is hard to flicker away from, but it would definitely give him a better shot of having the cooldown to try and get away.
As we get going here, it looks like the buffs got caught up a little bit on the mid laner for Ice Age.
Figured out fairly easily. Merlin taking a bit, or Agni, excuse me, taking a bit of poke there, but nothing a pot won't fix up right before he gets to lane.
Here in duo, both sides getting the lane with pretty good help. Athena already taunting Taylor off the way.
Run and Maui actually out pressuring the Ram and Athena here. Not something I can say I expected to see.
Absolutely. They got to lane first, which helps them a lot with that. Olora and Maui have surprisingly good clear, namely because Maui basics are cleaves, or pierce, I
Yep.
should say. They're pierce basics, and it really does help their clear, especially because if you group it up properly, you can hit all six with this hook real easy.
If Hunter can continue to land two-man confounds like that as this game goes on, as we're in a bit of a pause right here, I can see that it won't be much longer before this Ram is going to be able to apply a lot of damage from a two-man taunt like that.
Absolutely. And as we look at this Achilles in this lane, honestly, I feel like Achilles is going to have a bit of an uphill battle for a little bit. But I feel like I feel like this Achilles, once he's able to get everything going, get everything online, he should be fine. His power spikes are pretty severe.
MLG opting for the sigil over a bluestone, giving him that better mitigations once you upgrade it late game to lose out on a little bit of clear here in the early, probably confident that he'll be able to out clear Eagle in that lane.
I'd be pretty confident about that. Not necessarily out clearing the person themselves per se, but what are we looking at here? Ah, gotcha.
We're gonna get the
That
has a
is
cape there on the Dionysus skin from the RuneScape event. Not as actually sure
Dionysus.
what cape that is, but it looks looking fresh.
That was supposed to be. That was supposed to be Dionysus.
There's
Okay.
That's what he says when you load up the skin, is that his name is Dionysus, but he's not the Greek god of wine.
Well, the Greek god of wine, Dionysus, yeah,
Yes.
and then, I mean, his Roman aspect would be Bacchus, so
I think the RuneScape character is named Dionysus.
okay.
In this mid matchup between Agni and Merlin, you've got to give Pokemon the early advantage here over the Merlin. Just kind of in general, Merlin taking a while to sort of come online, where Agni has that combo straight off the bat.
I mean, he's gonna catch them all out, right? How do you know that off the top of your head? Oh my. Wow. Production pointing out that the crown on the skin of the Merlin in RuneScape was apparently 4 million gold.
That is a lot of money. As we hope that Iron Eagle is able to return to the game soon. Thinking about the jungle matchup, who would you say has the pressure between Lancelot and Camazotz here?
So both of them are able to exert pressure throughout the early and middle stages of a game. However, between the ways their teams are positioned, so far I'm looking more toward this Lancelot, hopefully to exert pressure in this mid lane, try and keep Agni down as compared to Merlin, especially since he knows his Maui and his Olorun really seem to have things handled right now. It would be a waste of time for the Lancelot to rotate over to the duo lane right now.
If this combo of Dirty Bubble and Camazotz was taken, continue to have this much pressure in lane, it'd be a pretty hard gank for Underclass to come in and try and basically be diving the tower at level 2 or 3. It's not what you're really looking for.
Exactly. And I mean, to be fair, Camazotz was taken. And as we get back into the action here, Agni staying safe, staying healed up in mid, as dual lane tries to do just about the same.
Whoa, a big damage onto Eagle there with the Achilles. Cullen showing that the pressure is definitely in his side of the court, but Iron Eagle just barely able to live under that tier 1 tower.
Absolutely. I mean, Cullen is a lane bully for a reason, as underclass hero almost gets the kill. August just barely missing the horse.
Orly finding first blood for the Ice Age crew before the Athena out of Hunter goes down to the Olorun here in duo.
Absolutely. A lot of fighting going on across the board, and early game really is the time to go about trying to get a lot of that fighting done. People tend to want to play very safe in the middle game, and then even more so in the late game. So
Alfred under a little trouble there, but able to roll back out without issue. The Order of the Blight is definitely showing that even with Rama, who I would have said would have the pressure advantage, that it is not a safe place for him to be in his own lane.
absolutely. I mean, Mage ADCs are very strong right now for a reason. If we were to get a look at the Olorun's build, I'm pretty sure he's got a tier 1 ring going. Indeed. The moment he gets that Felkine's ring is a pretty big power spike for a lot of Mage ADCs right now. Felkine's doing really good damage.
Hunter managing to land a double confound again as Worley heads over here on a gank, but I think he might have stepped over a ward as the Order of the Blight duo lane retreats all the way back to tower, getting ready to secure their purple buff.
Order of the Blight doing a very good job right now of exerting pressure but not overcommitting to anything. As Ice Age goes over here and gets purple buff as well. And I mean, Ice Age right now doing a very good job of staying back and not letting them have everything they want. Just because you can't step up and get your farm yourself like you normally would does not mean you need to step up and give them a kill. And Ice Age doing a very good job of understanding that and just taking farm where they can, like this is.
Pokemon low again on this Agni. It seems like Merlin is able to get quite the advantage here in pressure. I hope that I really want Worley to continue to kind of look at this left side as he actually goes in on the other side of the map on MLG, getting some poke damage in there. But Cullen able to jump back under the tower. I think that if he can focus and help out what seems to be a deficit in duo, it'll be a big boon to help get this Rama online.
Getting Rom online is definitely a boon to be had. However, Rom isn't necessarily looking to have a lot of help to begin with, from what I can tell, having started at Skull. To make sure he's got all the sustain that he really needs over there in that lane. And you can kind of tell he had to use it to his health pots, his mana pot, or his multi-pot is still up. He's got a lot of sustain still going, still ready. As he comes over here and goes ahead and grabs the XP.
Iron Eagle actually with the solo kill on MLG. Just asserting his dominance over there. Looks like he probably did finish it off with the ult as he clears the rest of the wave. That is exactly what you want to see if you're an Ice Age fan coming out of solo.
Absolutely. MLG 11 on that Kukolan you would think would have the upper hand in that matchup, but one of the biggest things about fighting into an Achilles, once you hit level 5, you gotta remember, he just has to get you to a certain point, and then he kills you. You have to 100 to nothing yet. So having that 20% HP differential is a lot more massive than people really want to get credit for.
As the fight breaks out in mid here, just poking a little bit, we can see that Rich did end up going for Conduit Gem into Chronos Pendant, opting for that cooldown and MP5 over what a Book of Thoth or a tablet would give him.
Book of Thoth, as good an item as it is going to be a little bit slower than Chronos Pendant. Chronos Pendant allows for a lot more pressure a lot sooner as
Defender of Olympus coming down here onto Rom.
Olaran,
I think yes, it looks like Camazotz did use his ult there, but was 3-man rotated on and paid the price.
There's only one word for that engagement. Splat. Athena just rotates in on that Guardian or Defender of Olympus and just splats the Camazotz. What bad? Oh, that one. Crushed it.
Rich getting a little alone here as they dive in trying to take care of him. That bomb off the mark, but Worley's still on him. Just needs one more auto. Manages to get it done, but underclass hero getting credit for that kill on Pokemon in return. 1-for-1 in mid.
Certainly a trade of the mages here, and I feel like the trade of the mages is going to go better the way of Ice Age, merely because if you look, one is stacking based off abilities, and one has already hit a power spike, and doesn't have a lot going on right now. So it's almost better for Ice Age here, namely just because they're delaying. Is that right? Yeah, Ice Age, because they're delaying Order of the Blight's actual ability to use that power spike.
The team is just...
Go ahead.
The team's just continuing to farm up here. Taking a look at the gold. It's almost dead even. No team able to get an advantage, which is credit to Order of the Blight. Being down 2 kills and still basically being even in gold means they are just farming the neutrals very well.
Order the Blight definitely farming very efficiently, even have a 500 gold lead in their pockets. As Rom looks to get aggressive on Olaroon.
Sanctified Field down again with Astral Barrage being used in response. I have a feeling we're going to see that combination quickly, but Pokemon actually put in the grave here by Underclass Hero with the Lancelot ult, but he's not done yet. Camazot's forced into Bat of the Hell, actually turning back around with Defender of Olympus coming in. A 3-man confound, and Worley manages to put down the Merlin. Chase is still on here, but with that knockup from Maui, it should be the end of the fight. Unless they think they have the damage to deal with him already. They do get the taunt back in, and he does manage to get out under the tier 1 tower. Very close from Order of the Blight there to not drop more.
A great fight from Ice Age as a whole there. Hunter going in with the Defender of Olympus, able to yet again put down big damage, but Worley with the game knowledge and awareness to turn back around and go into Order of the Blight to make sure that got down. Very well communicated and very effectively done by Ice Age. And when there's an Athena on the map, there's not much more you can really say. Maui was there ahead of her, and it just didn't matter because it almost enabled her to do more damage.
And being able to use her Defender of Olympus on Camazot's while he's up in Bat Out of Hell just allows the engage between the two of them to be so strong as he can chase down and she will just land wherever he was.
Absolutely. Pokemon out here trying to farm up some more. And Lancelot going to be just off when it comes to throwing his horse at Pokemon.
We do. Astral Barrage is up for Alfred again, but I assume that he's going to wait until Camazotz was taken. Pops that Sanctified Field once more. It is kind of the perfect counter to keep yourself nice and safe. 3-man rotation in duo, actually, as they dive under the tower. And Worley getting credit for the kill. Sanctified Field and Astral Barrage being used at the same moment again over there. Definitely just almost scripted.
Definitely an extremely strong gank by the jungler of Ice Age here. Worley putting on a clinic on rotational play right now. Pokemon just making sure to drop the buff. Making sure to get good farm.
Both junglers affecting the map pretty well. 4-0-1 for Worley, underclass being 2-0. They're definitely making their presence known around the map. This just seems like it's going just a little bit better for the Camazotz.
Well, I mean, it may be going just a little bit better for the Camazotz map-wise, but as far as actually trying to get big, the Lancelot pulling ahead right now. With his 1-level lead over the Camazotz that just ticked over to 11. And then, if you look at the supports, though, that's really the key to the game right now. This Athena out-leveling this Maui by 2 levels at the moment.
Being able to get around the map with ease using Defender of Olympus, it's just been able to let her get that farm and be a part of a lot of different fights that Maui just can't get to. As the fight breaks out here, the Lancelot comes out. Pokemon forced into the beads, trying to get out, landing the stun with his ult, but pulled back by the Maui. Dirty Bubble landing a great landfall there. Rich cleaning up the kill on Pokemon as the fight progresses here. Underclass actually in a bit of a trouble. Bat Out of Hell coming through, trying to clean it up, but he can't quite find the damage. He might be in trouble here, except for Defender of Olympus again is available for Hunter. Alfred picking up that kill as Rich is low now, flickers away, trying to get out. Dirty Bubble's doing everything he can to pick up Worley before he dies, but he's unable to.
Very, very strong play there out of Ice Age. The Athena with Defender of Olympus not only keeping Worley alive, to get into that fight in the first place, but just getting there, getting people off whirly, very good CC, very good body blocks. But it's also worth bringing up the Maui play from El Dirty Bubble. El Dirty Bubble, if it weren't for his landfall, this Agni lives. So
100%. That was an incredible landfall out of Maui, doing everything he could to try and swing that team fight in his team's direction.
however, this is exactly what I was worried about when it came to the Agni versus the Merlin. The Agni picking up Tablet of Destinies and immediately going into Book of Thoth, double stacking right away, but getting a lot of power for it.
Off to a bit of a rough start, but if he can get these both stacked, those bombs are going to start absolutely blowing up the back line.
And he can certainly put it down from far enough away. And Ice Age going for Gold Fury here. A call that is quite interesting with not everyone here.
Sanctified Field out, but Landfall comes through as well.
Order of the
Hunter
Blight.
going down. Order of the Blight did manage to pick up the Gold Fury there, if I'm not mistaken.
Not only
Coming
did
in.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So not only did Order of the Blight get the Gold Fury, Order of the Blight also picks up a kill there. Very, very good rotation from Order of the Blight to make sure they got that gold.
Ice Age trying to catch Order of the Blight sleep and pulling that Fury there, and Order of the Blight let them know that they were very much wide awake.
Absolutely.
Pyromancer going to Order of the Blight as well as they strip both neutrals off the map for the time being. Shifting the gold more in their favor. Not quite a huge lead yet, but definitely 1100 is nothing to scoff at 14 gold.
1100, nothing. Not only is it nothing to scoff at 14 minutes, but depending on where most of that lead is, that can become something to worry about, because let's say there's a little bit of a deficit in support, which I do believe there still is, if I got that right. But there's, let's say, a 2k gold lead out with Jungler. That's going to start showing itself really fast. So it just depends right now on where is most of that gold difference.
Hunter with a 3-level lead over Dirty Bubble, who just ticked over to 10, so we'll call it a 2.5 lead. Definitely starting to, you're going to start feeling that as Hunter is able to pick up his second relic when he backs next, and Dirty Bubble's still a ways off.
On top of that, if you look at the relic slots, you'll see that Hunter has picked up a Phantom Shell to help deal with that landfall, it looks like. So a lot of respect going on to this Maui already.
I honestly can't blame him. If we've seen the landfalls that Dirty Bubble has landed already, if he continues to do that, it's going to be scary. Sanctified Field used here by Camelot was taken just to make sure he's safe, as Worley was back over attempting the gank, and he manages to get away, but that is a big cooldown. Sanctified Field has a very long timer, and that he's going to be much less safe until that's back up.
All right. Nothing really doing here at the moment. If I'm Order of the Blight or Ice Age, namely Order of the Blight with that Pyromancer bomb, I'm at least thinking about the Fire Giant right now. Multiple different ways to secure it, and if they get a pick onto Pokemon, absolutely go for Fire here, I would think. Looks like that might be...
They are kind of grouping on that side of the map there. You wonder how much burn they would have without the Olorun present.
Olorun may have good burn, but I don't know if they particularly need him right now. At 17 minutes into the game, Fire Giant, while again pretty healthy, 14,000 health is a lot of HP to burn through. It doesn't have the greatest defenses, It's not doing as much damage. You might be able to get away with trying to 4-man if you really want to sneak it.
As Primal Fury is about to spawn over here on this side, it seems like that's what the teams are wanting to prioritize.
I don't
For
blame them.
4 men on that side of the map, both solo laners still just having their little pillow fight in solo, but you might see them starting to rotate if the teams are starting to get serious about this Gold Fury fight.
I don't know if you can call Kukulin hitting you a pillow.
That is a thing.
As Kukulin teleports over.
Beating the Achilles into this fight, immediately into transformation using the Warcry to get some damage. The chase is on as Underclass is in the back against Pokemon, but Rich manages to knock down Worley on this Camelot. Defender of Olympus used as Ice Age is forced back here. Losing their Kama is not something they definitely want to do as the Gold Fury starts to get pulled.
And bomb goes into the air, looking for the snipe, but Kukulin going to be on their back line, and Kukulin getting low. Kukulin, where's the help, buddy?
Transformation coming through at the perfect time as the Olorun Sanctified Shield Camelot was taken, able to knock down this Achilles. Hunter now in a lot of trouble on the Athena, dropping too rich. This is not going well for Ice Age. Every time it looks like it might be okay, they lose another member. Gold Fury back.
At least it feels like how a lot of games are won or lost. It's not necessarily individual fights get blown out one way or another. It's just little things here and there that start to change the game in the favor of one side or another. And right now, Order of the Blight, if it can go right, it is going right for them. And sometimes that's just all you need is a stage of the game. It goes like that.
Pokemon on this Agni's been doing a great job farming, able to stay equal in levels even though he is very far down in kills, 0-3 for the moment. Order of the Blight have turned this to an almost 3,000 gold lead though here at the 20-minute mark.
Absolutely. Both teams playing very, very well, very, very clean. Order of the Blight just ending up on top of most of these engagements through sometimes it's positioning, sometimes it's an ability miss here or there by Ice Age, but through and through, very good, very well fought game so far, and I think the kills really do tell the tale here. 8 and 8, or 8 to 8 on both sides on that kill count.
A very close match in terms of kills. I noticed that Pokemon does have that Soul Gem on this Agni now, which is quite it's such a big power spike between the cooldown and that extra burst you get on every fourth attack. Rainfire will deal even more damage and already feels like it hurts a lot. So that's going to be quite the pickup to help in these team fights.
Agni's late game damage, everyone is afraid of, not to mention the fact that I think one of my favorite things I've ever heard about Agni is a buddy of mine was saying, you want to know how to play Agni? Play like a scumbag. And it stuck with me because you look at his kit and you look at the way he ends up playing, putting, let's say, that trail of fire down, but just later you can put the first ability on top of it and pop it. It's just so many different ways to use his kit, and it's really interesting in that regard.
Landfall getting used by Dirty Bubble there. Probably the first kind of not the best usage that we've seen so far, but this Eagle in the middle of a lot of people, but living pretty well. Sanctified Field not exactly on the mark, but Iron Eagle able to live for a moment, living through multiple ults. Underclass, though, does take care of him as Hunter falls as well. Worley now in trouble. Alfred managing to turn one around on his own, but Worley is in a lot of trouble once he comes out of that bat out of hell. Pokemon managing to take care of Camazot's mistake. And Worley actually going back in, thinking he can take Underclass 0, and he was very wrong with that assessment. The fight
Rom dealing a lot of damage back. And the Maui and the Kukulin going to go down here.
Alfred basically putting the team fight on his back there at the end. Can he turn another one around? He's got Defender of Olympus landing on him, and Underclass Hero falling as well.
Doesn't even need the Defender of Olympus to drop on Underclass Hero, just does it himself.
This is an instant Fire Giant call. Even getting the teleport in for Iron Eagle, they start to work it down. It's only Hunter and Alfred on it right now. It's burning a little slow. Hopefully Pokemon will be able to get in here to help by the end, but it looks like they should be able to do it before anybody from Order of the Blight manages to get in here.
Order of the Blight, the Merlin trying to get in, but Achilles scouting that out for sure. And Ice Age able to get Fire Giant very quick.
This ROM's build is definitely coming online. Rage fully stacked with the Wind Demon Blade and Executioner. He's going to start stripping your prots and landing pretty big crits.
Straight into the full bot Deathbringer.
Don't you just love when you have that much gold?
No, oh, okay. Okay, Rob. Chill, buddy. You don't need a full by Deathbringer and Glyphin item. Like, whoa.
Oni Fury is up here. Looks like the Order of the Blight are actually stepping up, thinking about trying to do a little dance around it, but Ice Age has Fire Giant, and as you pointed out, this ROM now has a almost full build with quite the big Pyro Spike here. I would not want to step up to him.
They are about to find out exactly how big a power spike this ROM has got if they step up, and it doesn't matter. ROM's just gonna ignore the fight and get the Oni Fury here.
Ice Age does secure it. MLG taking quite a bit of damage here, but decides to Stamina Leap anyway. Iron Eagle taking him out. The Underclass Hero coming in with his ult, managing to take one with him into the grave. A 2-for-1 in favor of Ice Age here, but the fight isn't over yet. Iron Eagle trying to get out, as Dirty Bubble does manage to land the hook, but it's on to Hunter, who should be pretty safe on that Athena.
Honestly, even if they don't manage to get the Athena, I feel like Order of the Blight has gotten a big win here. Getting Fire Giant off of the ADC of Ice Age, who's already proven to be a massive threat. And I believe you said Underclass Heroes got that kill?
He did, yes.
So that's a big gold spike as well for him, getting that shutdown gold on that ROM, who until that point was undying, 6-0-5.
Oni Fury does go the way of Ice Age, but with the fight kind of fizzling out afterwards and everybody being able to back and head to their camps, those Oni waves shouldn't be too much of an issue for Order of the Blight to deal with. They've already taken care of the ones in duo and in mid. It looks like Rich is going to take care of the ones in solo, even managing to keep that tier 1 tower alive. So as you said, probably very worth it stripping Fire Giant off of probably the most important member on Ice Age and delaying what this siege could have been.
Absolutely. Stripping Fire Giant off of the level 20 ADC. The only real gap here now is this Athena over this Maui. As everyone else is level 20, everyone else is starting to get full build. It's really down to these supports to make their way into this game.
Rich
and this right here. Go ahead.
Just Rich with a very interesting Merlin build. I'm not surprised with it, as MLG is in a lot of trouble here. Goes down in the 1v5 scenario. Definitely stepped up a bit too much, but Merlin picking up the E-Staff here. Very interesting decision, and I don't know how I feel about it.
So the Merlin build, as far as I can tell, E-Staff has probably helped make him a little tankier. It also helps proccing off of his Tablet Destinies. So you get Tablet proc and you get E-Staff proc. That is a lot of health gone from these tanks almost immediately. I can definitely see the merit of this build. I kind of want to wait and get further, and I want to see them go further into this game first, as Ice Age looking to immediately go on this Fire Giant, just waiting for it to spawn, as it does make its way into the pit here.
Iron Eagle and Morley doing the zone duty right now, managing to keep almost all of Order of the Blight back there by the blue buff. This Fire Giant burns pretty quickly. Underclass is getting close and stepping up. And Ice Age do manage to secure it. Sanctified Field was not out. That was a different ability. Landfall comes up, though, knocking back Iron Eagle, who has to try and dash away, but is unsuccessful. The rest of Ice Age seem like they're going to get out scot-free here with the Fire Giant around their belts. Notably, this time Alfred does have it again and can start to completely blow up anybody that stands in his way.
The power spike protections, the absolute and the massive gold swing here. All three of these things worth pointing out, especially with Alfred yet again having Fire Giant around his waist.
Picking up the dominance as well. Replacing his starter item, not feeling like he needed the extra sustain from Death's Toll. Just adding even more penetration to his basic attacks.
I think he's right. He really didn't need it. What he needed was dominance, namely because, as you just pointed out, the penetration on his base is allowed to spread through anything these tanks might wish they had.
Looking at the builds on the Order of the Blight side, I don't see any Spectral Armors. With Rage, Demon Blade, and Deathbringer, I feel like it would be quite a nice pickup for either Bubble or MLG to have picked up.
So, the pool is opting for the percent mitigation build, which will help a lot to begin with on crits. And then Merlin just opting to have more health to help him out a little bit. Really, the part that I'm questioning is this Maui not having any kind of mitigations, or, well, he has Spirit Robe, but any kind of not having Spectral.
He is far enough behind that maybe it's what he's wanting to go into next. He just hasn't had the opportunity. As both the tier 2 tower in mid and duo fall without much contest, which isn't surprising. I would not expect Order of the Blight to step up for a tier 2 at this point.
Absolutely, and it's worth pointing out this Maui is playing pretty well, but when your team is behind, as support, you just immediately fall behind. There's not a lot of fun to do on your own. So,
Underclass hero opting for a bit of a tankier last item. Another good point is that this Maui does have no slots in his inventory for wards to help out with the vision control around this next Fire Giant, which will be an enhanced Fire Giant. Having the double bombs would be nice if they were on the aggressive and could try and burn the FG quicker, but they're fully defensive, and you would think that the vision would be more important.
what's interesting here is if they can use these bombs, even on the defensive, to try and steal away this FG. That's 3,000 damage to any objective or structure that is currently in the pockets of both their tanks. And their tanks, as much as this ROM hurts, are going to be the most likely to be able to set those down. So what I really want to see here is for them to get in there and just throw these bombs at the Fire Giant.
Agni has that Rod of Tahuti up now as well, so he's got that extra damage when he does get someone low, almost like a pseudo execute. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for where those Rain of Fires land, see if they get the maximum value that they could be getting.
And Fire Giant has respawned now with Ice Age taking a lot of damage in the backline of Order of the Blight. The landfall
landing. Iron Eagle very low.
Get out. And Order of the Blight very low over there. 4 members at half. As Iron Eagle is going to back. And Order of the Blight with an interesting 5-man advantage, but a health disadvantage. As Dirty Bubble pulls in. Remember, but Iron Eagle with that teleport able to get back into the fight very quickly. And Ice Age now burning this Fire Giant. Zoom in on it. The Agni and the Rom both looking at this fire. The Kamazot's low. Ice Age being aggressed on by Order of the Blight in the Fire Giant room. Ice Age getting the Fire Giant Pokemon. Getting killed, but Rich returning one onto Iron Eagle as Order of the Blight move in.
It is just about getting out now if you're Ice Age. You got the Fire Giant. You need to keep it around the waist of as many people as you can. Pokemon does manage to turn around a kill on MLG, but Iron Eagle being a frontline, and most notably Alfred once again losing that Fire Giant buff. He will not have that around his waist when he respawns, and with it being EFG, that is the person you would want it on the most to strip those backdoor protections and allow him to just shred the Phoenixes of Order of the Blight.
Notably here, neither of the front lines use their bombs to try and secure the objective. However, it is massive here that MLG and Underclass Hero, while they do go down, they trade out for the opposing solo and the ADC. So we are looking at a team that can't shred objectives as much as they would probably like to. However,
Definitely
with all three here, they're going to go ahead and try for Oni Fury, and it looks like Dirty Bubble's going to make his way in. And with the landfall unable to secure the objective,
just off the mark there with the timing. He had it lined up, managing to pull in Worley, but unable to steal it out from underneath Ice Age. He will now have those enhanced Oni minions heading down each of the lanes as they prepare for their siege. Even without Fire Giant being on this ROM, they still do, in my opinion, have pretty good siege potential. Hunter having that Fire Giant able to tank a little bit longer underneath these Phoenixes, including having the Emperor's Armor, is going to make a big difference in this siege.
Absolutely. Emperor's Armor, a very, very strong item. Allows you to break sieges easier, also allows you to siege easier. Both supports having this item. Well, I guess both effects are going to be active and just canceling each other out.
Bit of a 4-1 split going here as Worley makes sure that Underclass Hero is kept busy in the mid lane, getting some damage on the Phoenix there. Merlin is a very good anti-siege thing. As Sanctified Field comes out, Iron Eagle forced to dash away using his ultimate, as well as Pokemon, who does fall. That Sanctified Field actually being very huge with the great hook, forcing the beats from Alfred. Hunter in a bit of trouble here, but manages to dash out just in time. Pulled back by Rich. Hunter definitely falling here, as Mighty Eagle now the only frontline member around to try and get this ROM out of danger.
One of the biggest points.
Oh, what a landfall again by Dirty Bubble. He is on point with those every time.
Beautiful landfall.
And the mid Phoenix did go down, and we do have a wave crashing into right Phoenix. Seems like Underclass Hero will be over there to deal with that. But they did lose the mid bird, trying to trade out a tier 2 tower in mid in response, but definitely not a worthy trade.
Not a worthy trade, but you can't worry about worthy trades in these stages of the game. You have to get what you can and be content with what you get. In this case, it's the bird and Worley's life as MLG11 takes him down.
An absolute 900 IQ play from Dirty Bubble, going up into the solar swing to avoid both the execute from Iron Eagle and the bat out of hell damage from Worley. Just sitting up there and swinging back and forth nice and calmly until both of those abilities were not at all available.
Now he has a lot in that kit to play with, a lot of toys available to him, and sometimes simple is best. You're gonna try and execute me? I'm just gonna go untargetable. What's he gonna do now? You look silly down there now.
Dirty Bubble opting not to get a Spectral in that next slot, picking up some more magic protections instead. Pokemon definitely putting out a lot of damage, but you wonder if that is the right call.
Well, It looks like he's. It looks like Rom isn't necessarily doing as much of the damage as um, he probably should be doing, as production points out, and as production brings up the player damage numbers. Rom close to the bottom of the chart in player damage.
Surprising to me. His build seems like it should just be shredding through people. He's maybe just not managing to connect all those autos. The dance continues here more and more. Ice Age definitely in the more aggressive position around this Fire Giant. Still not pulling it yet. As I say, that Hunter does tag the Fire Giant to at least threaten the burn here. Player damage is not. Rom definitely shredding this Fire Giant.
And it is again burning very, very quickly. Are they going to use their bombs this time to secure this objective? Well, 2 bombs were dropped, but they were not pyro bombs. They were Agni bombs as Agni goes down.
Your Titan is under attack.
Run going down as well. 1-for-1 trade so far. As Astral Barrage is used, just trying to get some extra damage back there. Underclass hero able to get the shield from the horse to not be in too much danger. The axe coming out from Iron Eagle, who's immediately teleporting into this ward here as the dance continues. A 4v4 now. Blink in from Iron Eagle actually into the backline, forcing the solar swing out from this Maui, just chasing them all the way back into solo lane. But they're not pulling the FG at the moment, so Alfred with no health left, having fallen extremely low. Iron Eagle actually putting Dirty Bubble in the ground by himself up there, zoning beautifully. Awesome pass coming into effect as Alfred continues to burn this Fire Giant down. Nobody really around to be able to do anything about it. Iron Eagle is doing an incredible job at holding back this team, and Worley is dealing with MLG on his own until Iron Eagle comes over for the assist. Trying to see if they can get him down. Bat out of hell is enough to put this opponent in the grave. Fire Giant around the belts of all 5 members of Ice Age.
Ice Age right now putting on absolute clinic in terms of zoning, in terms of just overall map presence and control. Able to get fire on all 5 members, holding it just long enough for Pokemon to come up from the respawn. Underclass hero though getting 2 in return. Iron Eagle going down, Alfred going down, Hunter going down to the ADC. And Ice Age, well, they put on a clinic of obtaining the objective. Order of the Blight just put on a clinic of how to strip the objective.
That was a wonderful sequence of abilities and ultimates out of Order of the Blight, using the Merlin Void stance to pull Iron Eagle into a center place where he then gets crippled by the Lancelot ultimate and stuck in the middle of the Sanctified Field. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. If all of that hits you, you're not gonna be able to make it out. And it puts them in the position now where they are the ones sieging in to the Ice Age base, trying to get this mid Phoenix down.
Ice Age playing the defense very well here. The Pokemon put to very low health, critical after the Lancel, as Worley tries to go in but gets eviscerated in the process.
The mid-bird does fall as well, so even though Ice Age, like you said, did a great job zoning, picked up that EFG, tried to push in, and it just didn't work, and they end up being the ones to lose a bird in the process, putting them kind of on the back foot here.
The most important thing to keep in mind about Merlin right now is if you have a mid laner that can play him, your base defense is nigh impenetrable. They have to get a pick before they can look at a Phoenix, even if they have that EFG. Merlin is just an amazing Phoenix defender, plain and simple. Shreds tanks very well, and when you have a limited area to fight in, his abilities are very, very large and ensure that you have to go in very specific areas that can still be sent out.
Well, I was calling for the Spectral from somebody before, and Underclass Hero actually being the one to pick it up, which makes a lot of sense to me. He's going to be the one ulting into the back line, trying to put Alfred down and keep him under control. So him being the one that has the Spectral just means that he can 1v1 against this ROM even better.
A lot of burst damage coming out of this Lancelot. If anyone's going to put Alfred in the grave, one-on-one, it's got to be Lance.
What of a Blight
As
grouping
Alfred
here on
trying
the
to-
solo side.
Alfred, it seems, trying to take 3 of them on by himself, but going to fall back here, order the Blight, posing up for Fire Giant. As Ice Age decides to retake control of Vision in the area.
Kind of doing a bit of a ring around the rosy here with the positioning. So now the fight starting properly in the lane. Worley just deleted immediately, being forced out of Alfred, but the landfall lands after, actually pulling him back into the sanctified field for a moment, forcing the Astral Barrage, trying to get some damage done, but he will be in big trouble when he lands, rolling right into some Merlin damage. Good Aegis to keep him alive for now. Rich, in the meantime, putting down the Athena of Hunter, and they get the tier 2 tower for their troubles as well. The blink in. Yeah, Iron Eagle just trying to peel for his carries, ends up paying the price. All the while, Fire Minions are on the Titans. Not enough to threaten a kill, but Alfred
MLG.
actually turning one around on MLG, still stepping up, but a little too overzealous against the Camazots was taken.
MLG with a very questionable back there. Looks like he just wanted to be allowed to go back to base, but Alfred saying, no, you're not allowed to just back right in front of me. I'm going to kill you. Can't step up to the rest of the team just because you killed one of their front lines. Not as low health as T was, and Alfred going to pay the price for thinking he can fight all of them at once.
45 minutes into this game, we're at the point where gold and XP don't really count for much anymore. 3k pots and power pots getting bought. Order of the Blight pulling that Fire Giant now, enhanced again with the mid-bird just about to respawn. Should be easy enough for them to march down and clean it up. They still
Look
do
out.
have both towers in duo, though. Gonna make the Titan fairly tanky until they deal with those.
Look out, this Kukoling going to be very terrifying. A power and 3k pot on the solo laner with that, with all of those mitigations. I don't like the thought of that if I am the Ice Age back.
Hey, if I'm Pokemon, I am turning around and dashing out the moment that MLG salmon leaps at me. As the team is just clear out the jungle here, get ready for the siege. Ice Age definitely knowing that they are the ones on the defense this time. Need to try and keep that middle Phoenix alive for as long as possible. Those tier 1 and tier 2 towers are not even worth stepping up for in duo.
However, it looks like Ice Age are planning on stepping up this tier 2 tower anyway. Probably just putting up a soft defense, trying to waste as much time as they can to order the Blight. Don't want to give it up too easy.
Need to be careful though. One misstep here, and if they lose someone trying to defend a tier 2 tower, it's gonna end very quickly. They do just kind of bide their time. Hunter using that Emperor armor just to get a tiny bit more damage out of the tower before it falls. As it looks like Order of the Blight's heading back towards that Oni Fury, trying to just clean up the map before they get in for the siege properly.
Has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Absolutely. And one thing worth pointing out here, Athena's only at 28 stacks on this prophetic cloak, which you would think that should be done by now, 50 minutes into this game. But no.
That is a very low
Destroyed the
stacking rate. Luckily, she's close, I guess, but just a couple more to go because you have to get to 30. I don't know if she needs more physical or more magical, but hopefully Hunter has an idea of what that is and he can try to get this up because it's going to be a definite boost to Hunter's survivability if he can get it fully stacked before this base defense
Worth
comes into play.
pointing out, it's not only a boost to his survivability, but once that item evolves, it is an aura item at that point, protecting his allies. And when you're buying Heartworn Amulet, you're buying not Gauntlet, but Sovereignty, and you're buying Prophetic Cloak. You're buying these items to keep heart and make your team more survivable. As Cullen goes in, Midbird goes down, and Order of the Blight looking for blood.
The moment that Pokemon showed in that left Phoenix trying to deal with those Pony Waves, Order of the Blight jumped in immediately, getting that kill onto Iron Eagle at the end there, making that Midbird disappear. Very, very well executed cracking of this Ice Age base. And they have another lane right ready and pushed up to try and get this left bird. Whirly going for a fairly off angle here, letting it get into the back. Nothing coming of it at the moment. Underclass Hero doing big burst damage to Worley. Sanctified Field out, not really catching too many as the shell is popped to make sure that Alfred stays nice and healthy. But the left bird does go down in that fight, so that is 2 Phoenixes down for Ice Age.
Well, here we go. And Order of the Blight really putting it to Ice Age right now. Left side bird down, mid bird down, fire minion waves crashing down that mid lane door right now. I don't know how Ice Age is going to step up for this fire giant, but they need to find a way to do so. If they let Order of the Blight get this fire, and Worley stepping up to the Maui right now, trying to get Maui off the table, but Order of the Blight already, their ADC and Major over there, they're burning the fire giant.
Fire giant already
down to half, already down to a quarter. As Order of the Blight are going to take this without contest.
Worley and Ice Age stepped up in the duo lane, trying to see if they could find a pick, and lost out on the most important objective on the map. Still with 2 birds down, this is going to be an almost impossible defense to try to hold back Order of the Blight after a wonderfully executed little distraction by Dirty Bubble.
This right here, this is why people like me play support. Exactly what Dirty Bubble just did. Moments like that, I just can't help but giggle as a support player when that happens to me. Just like, oh, you're chasing me? Little old me? Okay. And that's what happens here. Ice Age get caught
that
out.
Don't appear on the stat sheet.
Ice Age get caught out chasing this Maui around, and in return, they lose the fire giant. They don't even get to show up.
Order of the Blight just biding their time here, taking a little bit of poke damage from Pokemon there, but fire minions going down in both mid and left. They know they have the time to just wait it out. Pokemon with huge damage, just deleting Underclass Hero, which allows them to think they can step up a little bit here. Merlin damage, giving them second thoughts, but that is a massive pick on Underclass Hero to maybe buy Ice Age enough time to get one of these birds to respawn. Mid is close.
Pokemon and Worley having to step up elsewhere means that Order of the Blight, Order of the Blight going to back off, bide their time. Underclass Heroes still down.
A little confused on the call here by Order of Blight. With Camelot showing so deep in mid and Acne showing this way, they definitely could have, I think, pushed a little harder on that right Phoenix, but opting for the safe route. We're 52 minutes into this game. A throw right now would definitely feel very bad, so they just want to make sure that they keep this to a clinic.
Order of the Blight looking like they're going to go ahead and push down this mid lane right now, wanting to assist this fireman. Or not.
Interesting calls. Deciding the Pyro is more important than the base of Ice Age. They must be deciding that with a Fire Giant respawning in a minute, there's no point in sieging until that comes back up.
Destroyed the pyro.
Trying to see if they can extend this out. Both birds do have the chance to respawn, though, for Ice Age.
And as we keep going here, it looks like we're going to have another Fire Giant dance. We are already 53 minutes into this game. And counting. Just getting further and further.
There's still one fire wave left in left. Looks like pings are coming out to point that out. But Order of the Blight, a very late siege here. Fire Giant just about to fall off their wastes as they get ready to come into the mid Phoenix trying to knock it down. Landfall out, does manage to catch Hunter. He takes a bit of damage from the Merlin, but a good Agni Bomb. The dash in with the ult from Underclass
Are they
Hero.
going to be... They do get the bird for this, so it is valuable enough. Now they need to hurry. They need to head over left or go back off again.
Like they're heading back to the Fire Giant as it just now respawns. Refresh that EFG around their waists and try to push in and hopefully into this game.
Or catch out Worley in the jungle.
Beads burnt. Defender of Olympus coming on Iron Eagle. Interesting positioning out of Worley there, stepping up without a whole lot of vision. They are deciding that they're going to try and contest this Fire Giant, not wanting the burn of what happened last time.
Iron Eagle stepping into all five and getting it eliminated. But Pokemon in return getting the Olorun. That's a huge trade for Ice Age, and it goes in their favor. As this means that the Fire Giant isn't going to burn so quickly. Worley is in their back line, but nothing to be shown for it.
Both Astral Barrage and Bat Out of Hell used there without much effect.
However, I think the effect here is actually to just zone them out and keep them away. Hunter definitely trying to do so himself as Pokemon.
Your Titan's under attack.
Pokemon does manage to get a nice kill there. Still kind of just...
Pokemon caught out a little bit on his own. Reduced to a quarter of his health. Pokemon at 1 HP. Rich going to take him down.
Beads out of Alfred now trying to deal with this Maui. Managing to avoid the landfall. That's one of the few not ideal landfalls we've seen out of Dirty Bubble. No blood there, but it's a 3v2 in favor of Ice Age. Very interesting team fight.
Rich staying around for some reason. Getting caught out by Hunter. Getting caught out by Alfred. Is Dirty Bubble going to be able to get there in time? He does! Stunning out Alfred! Saving the mid laner!
Astral Barrage, though, head up, lands the first shot, misses the second and third, though, unable to secure that kill.
Dirty Bubble stepping up, making sure his mid laner does not perish for the sins that he had committed. As Hunter uses the ultimate to go right back in.
This has got to be a Fire Giant call if Hunter's burning Defender of Olympus. Someone needs... Wow, I am at a loss for words for what is just happening right now. Rich stepping up for a Harpy?
I want one thing right now. Somebody please end this game. That is all I ask for as of this moment.
Dirty Bubble trying to come up and interrupt this Fire Giant siege. Ice Age do manage to secure it though, as Rich gets brought below half by Worley, who in turn is brought down low. But they do get the EFG. They can back, spend up, get some power pots or 3k pots, whatever they're missing out on right now, some vision, and no towers in the way. They can start their siege right off the bat.
I want to point out again, our chat right now going pretty hard. Going pretty hard, y'all. As Ice Age also going to go for a pyro here.
Both teams taking their time as they continue on, almost at the 60-minute mark in this game. Mid Phoenix a little bit low for Order of the Blight. See if Ice Age can't step up. This Rom should be able to.
Now we're
do it
looking for a
rather
hook
quickly.
here. Sorry.
You're fine. Once again, though, this Merlin on the Order of the Blight is going to make siege defenses so much easier than it is for Ice Age when they're the ones on the defense. Able to clear that wave from range really easily makes it just hard to step up.
Not just easily, but with a lot of safety.
Two-man
And a
landfall
three-man-
into the Sanctified Field, though. Hunter in a lot of trouble with Iron Eagle. Orly up into the bat out of health, just fine for now. But the Lancelot comes in through, trying to finish off Hunter here. Good confound out. Pokemon managing to get rid of Underclass Hero. Alfred with a sliver of HP managing to roll away. The bird is still standing, but at least Ice Age managed to put down Underclass for the moment.
And we're at the stage of the game now where that 70-second timer is going to be massive. It will be defining as your respawns are now on the same timers as your ultimates. If not
Now-
longer.
Now in a 5v4, Ice Age looking to step up and hopefully get this bird down this time. Very low, Agni getting the bombs out in the back there. Alfred zoned out a little bit, unable to completely finish off the bird, but it will drop. There it is. MLG now trying his best to get up and put this Rom down, who has to burn the beast to live, but MLG getting absolutely melted. Is this the moment? Are Ice Age stepping up? Warley going
Rich.
down. Too rich, though.
Alfred burning a front line here. This Maui going down. Alfred going down to Rich as Pokemon takes down Kamazat's was taken. Rich alone on his own. Can he save this Titan? There is a chance. It's not going down quickly. But Rich, the only defender of this Titan. Pokemon with a sliver of health. Hunter barely getting away. Rich able to take down the mid laner. Rich able to take down the support. And the game will go on. Divine is this Merlin.
Unbelievable. Iron Eagle blinking out, should be able to get away safely here with the regen from the Fire Giant, but the constitution that Rich has for standing up against three different people and managing to defend that Titan almost completely on his own by the end there is just incredible. Agni was very close. Pokemon managing to sustain a little bit with that Soul Gem, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Rich's damage was just too much as the game swings once again back down. Mid Phoenix dropping here in a moment for Ice Age.
Very good for Order of the Blight. They were able to get that Phoenix. Underclass able to get away.
Iron Eagle's
Not
fast.
for long. Iron Eagle is very fast. And for that, you can thank, where is it? Breastplate of Regrowth. You can thank that for the speed that Iron Eagle showed. But MLG 11 coming back and putting Iron Eagle in the grave. The ult out for Rom. Misses the mark on two of them. Worley has to go into the bat out of hell to get away.
Not the team fight that Ice Age was looking for there. The ult from Iron Eagle just off the mark, giving MLG enough time to get in and turn that kill back around. Fire Giant probably should go to Order of the Blight here. Rom no longer having that Astral Barrage to help with the secure. Sanctified Field going down. The Agni bombs are enough. He takes it.
Pokemon with the steal of the FG. Once again, flipping this game around. Both Middle Phoenixes down. No team with a clear advantage at this point. 4v4. What a play from Pokemon.
Neither team wants to give this game up, and that is very, very clear. Both sides, very hard-fought game. And something that production wants to point out here is all four tanks in this game have mitigated over 100,000 damage. In the top two tanks in the game, both solo laners, reaching that 175,000 mitigation
Your team
mark.
has destroyed the gold fury.
And speaking of player damage, these mid laners are pushing 100k damage, 78 and 74k respectively from these two mid laners. Unbelievable damage, and a lot of it is getting mitigated by these tanks. It is going... I honestly still don't know who has the upper hand in this game right now. These sieges
Right
have
now-
been very interesting, not going always the way that you expect them to go. Some interesting calls that has made this a very back and forth, like ping pong style game.
Right now, I have to give this one to Ice Age. They have EFG on 4, and while yes, all 5 members are up on both sides, EFG is such a massive swing in power to any one side that has it. It makes tanks that much more tanky. It makes damage dealers deal that much more damage. It cannot be understated, underestimated how much this buff changes the game.
Underclass Zero actually sold his spectral armor to pick up a Bloodforge, thinking that he just needs the extra burst and maybe the survivability that comes from getting that initial pick and getting the shield over the crit defense that would help him against Alfred.
Well, because crit defense right now is only going to help against Alfred. So it is very specifically, I hate you, Alfred. Get out of here.
Landfall
But-
does land on Iron Eagle, but that is not the easiest target to burn down. He's able to get out of that Phoenix range.
So the only difference between Iron Eagle and the Athena here in terms of survivability is Iron Eagle just does not have this buff that Hunter does. Ice Age looking to push this left side Phoenix still, and it's burning a lot of time on it. Now making the commitment. This Phoenix could go down. Iron Eagle in the sanctified field. Worley getting into the bat out of hell. Bomb with the arrows. Camelot is taking out Pokemon in the process. Pokemon, the mid laner for Ice Age, down for 90 seconds. And yet again, the Phoenix lives.
That's what I was saying. There is just no clear victor here. Solar Leap comes in from Dirty Bubble, trying to get some stun out. Phoenix finally goes down here in the left lane. We should see a full retreat from Ice Age now, having 2 birds down. But the chase is still on for Hunter. Rich deciding better of it. Lancelot, out of Underclass Hero here, does have some movement speed if he wants to chase, but they decide backing up is the better call. 65 minutes into this game, 2 birds down on the side of Order of the Blight, a weakened bird in mid and left for Ice Age, and honestly, it's anybody's game. Fire Giant back up here as the teams step up. A little bit of an advantage for Order of the Blight here as they start the fight properly. Astral Barrage used very early out of Alfred here.
Alfred able to get good poke on Kamazotz was taken. Dirty Bubble also already poked out pretty hard. A third of his health missing. As the teleport comes through.
Huge landfall again into the Sanctified Field. Kamazotz was taken, dropping Iron Eagle. Achilles is no longer in this map for 92 seconds. Alfred having dropped as well for almost 90 seconds. It is now a 5v3 for over a minute, close to a minute and a half.
Order of the Blight looking at the Fire Giant, and they should get it here as Fire Giant down to half. Underclass here are going to have to back and deal with these fire minions. As the fire minions alone almost kill the Titan.
Putting it below half HP. Winions are something you got to pay attention to, and 2 different waves of them coming in and crashing into that Titan room is not anything to scoff at.
Athena and Pokemon calling for the back door, it looks like.
There's a couple wards that the Order of the Blight have down defensively here. They're going to have to watch out that they don't step over them. They are about to walk over one. See if they can't get the pick onto Camelot was taken here, forced into the feed.
They are going to take this. Pokemon taking down the Camelot was taken. Worley all the way to the Titan room. Ice Age! The battle of hell! And the fight for the Titan as Worley tries to take it. But he can't! He can't get it! And the game will go on!
It wasn't enough. Bat out of hell and Defender of Olympus. Pokemon's not ready to give up this backdoor play, but at what point is it just throwing to lose members trying to kill this Titan? Getting the BJ gets out of Rich is very nice. Oh, Iron Elite
Hero taken down by a half by Pokemon.
Iron Eagle forced to ult away from the hook of Dirty Bubble. It's quite a cooldown to get. That Titan is extremely low, and the back door now is always a threat that Order of the Blight are going to have to pay attention to.
And now you've got that Oni Fire Wave on that left-hand side. That's going to be massive. This Oni Fury is going to put a lot of pressure on Order of the Blight. Is going to force Order of the Blight to use their remaining time Fire Giant defensively. Order of the Blight, this is very much, if you are a fan of Order of the Blight right now, this is kind of that back against the wall, just put everything you've got into Ice Age. You have to step up here. You cannot let Ice Age get to your Titan. Underclass Heroes definitely got that message, but not the message to fight with your team as he goes down for 95 seconds.
Forces Pokemon to back with the damage he did manage to get off, but it will not take
Pokemon 90 seconds to get back into this fight, even if he's delaying his back now by a bit. These Oni Fire minions are here and left, and they are very tanky. Even with Rich on the Merlin, it does take a full combo of abilities. I feel like Ice Age missed out on a bit of a chance to fight in there while that Oni Fire Wave was pushing up.
Hunter trying to push up for his team. This Achilles with the green buff for that HP 5 and MP 5. Landfall out of the Maui misses the mark. And fighting
in the back line. Transformation out from Kakulin with the shell being popped to try and live through the sanctified field, but Rich's damage is too much for Alfred to take. Hunter now deciding to try and get out. They want to get this mid-bird with Worley and Pokemon, and they're just pushing.
They're going into the Titan.
They're pushing in. It did get a chance to regen, but they have a lot more damage now with Pokemon here, and it looks like they will be able to do it, except for...
No, they won't! Worley, Pokemon, all go down. Iron Eagle goes down. 90 seconds on the clock for all 5 members of Ice Age.
Camelot was taken on this Ola run, gets a quadra kill, leading into the Deicide. That should just be the game. It better just be the game. 71 minutes into this, as they run down mid, they should be able to clean this up.
If this is not the game, I might sign off anyway. Holy. Why would this not be the game? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that.
Focusing a little too much on the back door there, and not about just trying to win the fight.
Giving that Olivern the ability to just free cast while they tried to focus the Titan. All 5 members should be able to put this Titan
getting melted. The nearest member 20 seconds away. Good game. 71 minutes and 47 seconds. Order of the Blight take game 1. Please don't do this in game 2.
It might take over an hour, but Order of the Blight has shown
that they can team fight well most of the time. Enough to get the dub here. We will see what happens in game 2. Taking a look at some of the numbers here.
For the record, Alfred, I didn't like his player damage, but definitely really good objective burn. However, I think really the MVP of this game has got to be the Maui. Heroism, saving many of his teammates. The peel, phenomenal.
And his landfalls were almost constantly landing, hitting at least one, if not more people,
The few
mitigating
times
176,000 damage in that game.
the few times he didn't hit people with it, it seemed like he was just using it defensively, trying to not get himself put on a long, long timer.
I said 167,000 like it was the top of the lobby before I opened my eyes and looked around. Iron Eagle with 220,000 damage mitigated.
So if
I
you
don't
want to
know if
look,
I've ever seen that number, a number that big in that column before.
I think really the biggest thing to point out, look at Rich's player damage. 100,000
Oof.
player damage in a game. I've never seen numbers this big.
That will be it for game number 1 here, though. We'll be back with game number 2 in a few. We're going to take a quick break while everything gets set up. So make sure you stay tuned, because if the first game is anything to show for it, it's going to be a good one.
And we are back here with game number 2 between Ice Age and the other team that I completely blanked the name on. Order of the Blight. There we go. That game number 1 was long enough. I think I started experiencing nicotine withdrawals. So hopefully game number 2 is not quite 71 minutes.
I'm hoping for a 30-minute game. Just a good game between two teams where someone comes out on top. But please don't take me for a 70-minute ride again. I don't want to go through that again.
Gonna be interesting hopping into picks and bans when we get there, because there were definite. I just can't see how you let Dirty Bubble have Maui again. He played that pick almost to perfection, and you've just got to get it out of his hands. Whether they decide to pick it up for themselves or just ban it outright, I definitely want to see something in that regard.
Can't let Dirty Bubble have Maui. Also, cannot let the mid laner get Merlin again.
Rich did so much damage in that game on the Merlin. I definitely agree with that. It took him a little bit to get going, and then once he got online, he was just melting people.
Pokemon showed that he's pretty good at that Agni, though, too. Definitely something to keep an eye on. As we head into picks and bans for game number 2. You know, the players have got to be tired after that long of concentrating so hard.
They're definitely going to be right away with the Merlin, just making sure that that is out of anybody's hands, not wanting 100,000 damage to get through again.
Freya coming up yet again as a ban. Al Kwong again getting banned. And we're going right through these P's and B's. These teams don't want to be here anymore. As Hebois, Soul also roll off the board.
Agni taken away as well. So both mid lane options that were just played for that long.
Maybe these teams just don't want to have to play those again after spending over 70 minutes on those picks. 2 respect bans coming out, but beyond that,
being let through.
True. That is interesting. Picking up the Cucullin for Ice Age. Definitely a strong pick. But again, leaving Maui open.
Dirty Bubble wants to come back to it. They're hovering it. I feel like there's no world in which you shouldn't grab it and it's available.
They just played probably the best Maui I've seen outside of SPL. Like, you got to take it.
Comboing it with that Thor, presumably in the jungle, that could flex solo, just adding even more walls between Landfall and the Thor 2 that the Ice Age are going to have to deal with.
Shang-A being hovered for Ice Age, and then Disco being the final call.
2 gods between Ganesh and Disco that can deal with at least some of the player-made walls that
Order of the Blight already have. Disco being able to just dash right over it with her 3, and Ganesh being able to go through any player-made wall with his dash as well.
I'll admit that's something I did not know about Ganesh.
It doesn't come up very often, but it is useful in certain matchups. Waiting to see what the Blight. I can't. For some reason, I am forgetting their name a lot. Waiting to see what they'll pick. They go with the Guan Yu here in solo. Lots of sustain.
There's a lot of sustain out from the Blight here. but a lot of potential CC coming out from Ice Age right now. Disco, very high CC mid laner. Ganesh, of course, got the Cone of Shame to go with, as Neja, Olaran, and Lancelot get taken off the board back to back to back.
I
It
like the
is
call to ban away the Naja here for the exact reason you were talking about. You don't need more. You don't want to have to deal with even more lockdown between the Sash and Windfire wheels. Just taking that off the board makes your life much easier.
makes your life much easier. And on top of that, granted, you've got CC immunity in all 3 year olds right now, but none of those ults do you ever want to burn defensively.
Ishtar getting taken away by Ice Age here at the end, putting more, thinning the god pools of both ADCs here as the priority mage ADCs have been taken away, and what you could argue is one of the best, if not the best, physical hunters right now of Ishtar getting taken off the board as well.
Could we see a Kronos here? I don't know.
Tiamat locked in for the Order of the Blight. Very strong mid laner right now, able to, if you just survive to around the level 5 or 6 mark, able to apply a lot of pressure and get a lot done in that mid lane.
Have a lot of pressure in that mid lane. She's got some good CC. She's got good survivability. She has a little bit of everything. Tiamat is a jack of all trades, but a master of none, however. While she excels in a lot of areas, she does not come close to the level of secure as, let's say, Agni, or the amount of burn as a soul. So she does a lot well, but not, if you can outplay it, not well enough.
Charybdis
Charybdis
the hover here for Ice Age, as well as the Tsukiyomi.
got
Getting locked in for the jungle pick here.
Tsukiyomi is a very interesting pick to me here. Tsukiyomi, very, very good at diving with that ultimate, Piercing Moonlight, and Charybdis getting locked in as well. But Piercing Moonlight, a very good dive ultimate, and just overall a very, very good kit for diving. He's got the disarm and the stun. He's got the true damage caltrops. So the biggest weakness in his kit is that outside of his ult, he's very immobile. And Jingwei being hovered and then locked in for the Blight, as we talk about this ADC matchup. I think I like Charybdis here.
Jingwei,
What about you?
very safe. Going to be hard to actually lock down and get a kill on her, but I do agree that I think Camazotz was taken might be safer, but won't be able to quite put out as much pressure unless if the game goes for 70 minutes again. Not very many people have the burst that Jingwei does in that hunter role.
Please don't speak that into existence. I don't know if I can handle that. Don't do that to me.
Charybdis is fairly safe as well, being able to head under into that pool, come in immune and able to just sneak away from anything that might be jumping on top of her. You can time it right, just completely nullify what underclass hero's going to try and do with that Thor ult.
Absolutely. And I can't wait to see how this game goes. As long as it doesn't go for an hour again.
We're in a position where underclass hero needs to focus on farm, hit that level 5 mark, and then rotate to a lane. It doesn't matter what lane it is. Bring that Anvil of Dawn into play and get some pressure somewhere right when you hit level 5, because that is Thor at his, I would argue, his strongest.
I I don't know if that's peak Thor game, but it is certainly one of his stronger points. Thor is very interesting when you look at the way his power spikes happen. Because his first power spike is when he gets all 3 of his abilities. His second power spike is at level 5. His next power spike is when he gets his second item online, which is usually gonna be level like 8 or 9. His next power spike is when he gets to his 5th item. He is very, very strange. He spikes and falls throughout the entire game. So the way that this Thor traverses those chasms and mountains will tell us a lot about the way this game is going to go, I think. Especially with jungle being the carry role right now.
If Dirty Bubble continues to play Maui at the level that he played last game, I think support might be the carry role in this lobby.
That is a very good point to be made. However, we won't get to find out until we really get into this game.
You have to say that when it comes to dual lane, the Blight definitely are going to have a bit of an advantage at first, while Jingwei doesn't necessarily scream pressure in the early game. Ganesh is kind of the opposite of pressure in lane. So it'll be interesting. Now that I think about it more, it'll be interesting to see if the Maui or the Charybdis will be the ones leading the charge in the pressure in that lane.
Ganesh may not scream pressure, as it looks like we have a. It looks like we have a sub in for
We
Ice Age.
do.
Oh, Jaeger stepping in.
Bumping up a division from Lance into Merlin.
This is going to be interesting. Oh, Jaeger. Just played against him myself. This Kukulin is pretty good.
I
Now,
had the pleasure of casting that game, and he was definitely putting in work on that pick, and he gets it once more.
Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to take on MLG 11, but he at least has the benefit of being quite a bit more fresh than MLG 11.
Sweet. Step into the game here. Moving past interesting camera angles.
Examining some assets, if you will.
Rich moving into the same build on this on the Tiamat that he was going for, at least at the beginning with the Merlin Conduit Gem into Lost Artifact. Getting ready to
I assume move into that conduit or into that Chronos pendant. Looks like a little bit of a
Indeed,
pause
chat.
though.
The camera was quite suspect there. Production, however, does assure everybody they don't know how that happened.
Getting a cool little look behind the fountain on the order side of the map here. Not something you get to see very often.
As we do have a pause up for Pokemon, who is not connected to the lobby, and I don't know, 71 minutes is quite a lot. In soccer, we consistently
Cryptus haven't been in some sort of tavern brawl, it seems.
worth pointing out, however, O Jaeger being quite a bit fresh as compared to MLG 11. We have a term that we use in soccer: fresh legs. O Jaeger, the fresh legs for Ice Age in this one. So he might be a little bit more on his game than MLG after 71 minutes of playing the same god.
Iron Eagle stepping over into the jungle role with the sub with Jaeger stepping into solo.
quite a different play style and god between the Tsukiyomi and his Achilles solo last game. It'll be interesting to see how he handles that switch after spending such a long time as a sort of tanky frontliner in game number 1.
Tsukiyomi, a assassin. Yes. The cameraman with his accidents here as we continue on.
Looks like Pokemon
And
was able to reconnect to the lobby, so hopefully we'll be able to get in game here shortly.
that
And
was
there we are. We can look a much more standard build out of Pokemon once more in that mid lane. Probably heading in to that Book of Toth to start stacking it.
Absolutely. I expect this game the players are going to want to try and get through this as quickly as possible. 70 minutes is a long time for one game. And this is supposed to be a best of 3, worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, actually a lot of changes coming through on Ice Age.
The role swap for Iron Eagle, Jaeger getting pulled up from Lance Division to play, and Sick Dog taking over for Alfred, who was previously on the ROM. So it's quite a different team that Ice Age is bringing here. I wonder if that will be a boon or a detriment to them.
Being down 0-1 in the set.
I predict it to be a detriment. You usually this isn't anything against people who are riding the bench right now, but starters are starters for a reason. It's because that's who you want to field, assuming everything is going well. However, any team is only as good as its bench, because at the end of the day, you can't make everything. You can't make everything. You can't do everything. So Ice Age here get a moment to prove that they can win even off of their bench. Ice Age getting a chance to prove that they can win dragging people up from Lance. And from what it's worth, Jaeger, as someone, again, I just recently played against, very good on his picks and generally knows where he needs to be.
Pressure definitely seeming to head on the side of Ice Age here.
Charybdis clear. Very good early as Tsukiyomi comes over for this initial gank, trying to get the lockdown onto
Jingwei, but a great solar leap out of Dirty Bubble once again stops that gank in his tracks.
Dirty Bubble, definitely one of the better Maui players I've seen in a while. Very, very good at defeating ganks, very good at peel using really any of his abilities. The ult has just
Pokemon in a lot of trouble here. The Rich managing to find first blood on the Tiamat, just cleaning up that kill there in mid, is exactly the start you want to see for this Tiamat.
Oh, precisely what you want to see. A kill before level 5? Alright, now you know he's on the track as it breaks out over here in the wood.
Another solar leaf from Dirty Bubble gets interrupted by the little root from Hunter. No harm, no foul so far. Dirty Bubble does get poked out a little bit for his troubles, but they still have the pressure here in this lane.
Honestly, this Ganesh, the moment he throws this one out, if I'm the Hunter, I want to start throwing abilities. I want to start throwing shit out there. Because you get a power spike off of just Ganesh hitting stuff with his one. So it really is worth saying that the moment Ganesh throws his ability out there, get into it, get going. And Charybdis trying to do just that, but this is the mark.
Saw an invade attempt over in solo there. unsuccessful as MLG managed to secure his blue buff for the time being. But it seems like Jaeger is holding his own already, getting the pressure in the lane and fighting well into this Guan Yu.
When you're playing in solo lane, there's not one guard you want to face less than Colin, in my opinion. Very, very strong laning phase. And just due to the way he switches stances, being based off the damage he takes, he really does just have 8 abilities. And Underclass Hero coming down and bringing the hammer. Did I have that right? Yep. The Anvil of Dawn down on Pokemon.
That's exactly what you want to see out of your Thor jungle. He ticked over to 5,
Up into the air with Anvil of Dawn, and got a kill on an important pick out of Disco, who's now 0-2, falling more and more behind as time goes on. And as we talked about during picks and bans, Tiamat wants to get to that 5 or 6 range, and Rich has made it and is 1-0-1 at the same time. He is off to a wonderful start here in mid.
It's really worth bringing up that not only is your Tiamat 1-0-1, so is your duo. At the moment, that is a level discrepancy in mid and in jungle as we get into a fight here in the duo lane.
2 ults out of Ice Age, but coming to nothing. Now they're the ones in trouble. Sick Dog does drop Dirty Bubble for the trouble of this. Hunter should be able to get out. Double tap with the silence there, dodging up the wall, but the
spin to win is too much. A 1-for-1 trade there. Support for support. Sick Dog needs to live to make this worth it. Rich, though, in and putting it down. Iron Eagle elsewhere manages to take care of MLG. But I would say over in duo side, that is definitely worth it for Rich to make that rotation.
now moving up to 2-0-1.
Absolutely. The only problem is that because Rich rotated, Disco was able to push minions under that tower and really make Rich lose out on farm. So if Disco is able to, instead of rotate, catch back up to Rich every time he rotates, there are going to be problems for Rich eventually. And a very good pull by Iron Eagle, allowing Rich to eat the buff and have both speed and red buff on at the same time.
Tiamat, the only god in the game that can have 2 of those buffs like that, a very useful thing. And if Rich is wanting to continue this rotation sort of play style, having speed buff along with his red will allow him to do that quicker and losing less farm in the process.
My jungler doesn't like me too much right now because I love having one of his speed buffs around me, so not a big fan.
Rich getting another kill. Now 3-0-1 here as Iron Eagle goes down. They're trying to see if they can lock down Hunter as well, forcing the ult out. He's able to dash through that Thor wall because of his passive
and gets away scot-free. But this Tiamat is just getting scarier and scarier as time goes on.
Absolutely. Tiamat, a goddess who scales very, very well in the late game. Not a great early game in response, but once you hit 5, you're not nearly as worried about that on Tiamat. As we get a fight breaking out over here in mid, the flying stance ult down from Tiamat in the form of the tornado.
Taking a look at builds, everything seems fairly standard. Once again, Dirty Bubble opting for that Thebes over Prophetic Cloak to start with here. Nothing else is standing out.
So yet again, Dirty Bubble either going to Sovereignty or going into
Emperor's Armor.
Yeah, thank you.
If it was me, I'd be choosing the Emperor's Armor again. I feel like it just adds so much on both offense and defense as you're trying to siege down towers and Phoenix, as well as just getting good stats.
If I'm playing on the back foot, I'm not getting Emperor's Armor. If I'm going
Iron
on
Bubble
the offensive,
just got a kill. He knocked Iron Eagle down over there in solo with the help of Underclass Hero. Putting the Maui on the board for the first time this game.
absolutely. This game going very swiftly in the favor of Order of the Blight. As Jaeger tries to find some comeuppance on the Order of the Blight, but is unable to do so.
Pokemon here 2 levels down, forced to just stand under tower and getting poked out even while underneath the tower. Definitely a struggle here in mid. She's going to need a lot of time for this disco to get online.
Well, that's what Ganesh should hopefully help avoid, is it taking too long for Disco to get online. As the Tsukiyomi tries to get in on Rich, but he gets downed in return.
Iron
CC
Eagle
paying too
deleted.
much.
There's a good strife out of Pokemon on to Rich to start and set up that gank, but there was just too many other people rotating in. Underclass Hero and Dirty Bubble there to make sure that that fight was over. Going in on Sick Dog here. He gets a 2-man Charybdis ult. That is very nice, but Anvil of Dawn landing right on him. Able to go into the underground there to live. A lot being committed over this purple buff fight. I didn't actually see who managed to pick it up.
It seems that Light was able to pick up the buff as well.
I would say that worked out in their favor then. Working, not only getting the buff, but Dharmic Pillars, while not on a long cooldown, is definitely an important ultimate in any team fight, and it getting burned there in the attempt to save their purple buff.
Dharmic Pillars, always an ult to be aware of, always strong, any portion of the game. Prot Shred brings a lot to the table. Kind of slow, got really good damage. Kicks very, very quickly. And absolutely very strong ultimate to have on cooldown.
Fight breaking out over here in solo. Landfall connecting onto Iron Eagle, who might fall again. Living for longer than he probably should, but he does fall to Underclass Hero here. Anvil of Dawn being charged up as he goes up and trying to continue this fight. Who is he going to land on? Landing back near Pokemon, who is very safe on that disco, but maybe not safe enough. Strife buying some time, but the chase is still on here as Rich changes forms into that flying, using the one fully charged up to just get rid of that disco. Jaeger getting chased, but should not be in too much trouble here. Actually, the ult out of MLG, he wants this kill, but he's losing quite a bit of life trying to do it, fizzling out for nothing.
At the moment, the Kukulin with the Contagion, with the Gladiator Shield, and the Warrior's Axe, just too much for this Guan Yu to handle alone.
Order of the Blight managed to pick up the Pyromancer there after that team fight, grabbing the bomb for themselves. Might be able to use to in a future Gold Fury fight, which is up. Nobody really focusing that side of the map though right now.
Oh, Jaeger leaving the totem in order to back, and it looks like MLG 11 going to go ahead and take this totem for himself.
Bit of difference in build paths for both of the ADCs. We have Amazons was taken going straight after the Aussie into Executioner, getting that attack speed and pen online, whereas Sick Dog opting instead for the Demon Blade, trying to get some crit going with those Charybdis autos.
Charybdis with that last bit of the chain, the three hit portion of that basic. Crit is something that's worth getting online sooner rather than later, but Ridge going in and able to solo Pokemon off the table. Rich getting bodied by that wall. The Thor wall getting in the way of his teammate. Iron Eagle chasing down Underclass Hero, but Hero may not be able to get away. Sick Dog catching him out in the jungle. Landing the ult on the Dirty Bubble to silence the Cone of Shame down on Dirty Bubble as he stuns out Iron Eagle. Camelot's forsaken, trying to assist and getting damage in as Sick Dog is hit by the ultimate, but it does not matter. Landfall made but forgotten as Kamazats has to ult away.
A very, very worthwhile series of engagements from Ice Age there. Dharmic Pillar showing just how good it was, putting it under the tower and basically trapping
Rich under that tower for quite some time, using body blocks and forcing him to tank for longer than he would have. Ends up with them getting kills and taking that Gold Fury for themselves, pushing that gold lead in Ice Age's favor. Quite a big swing there, 1100 in the direction of Ice Age.
So the swing there is about 2,200 gold, honestly. They started from 1,500 down, never mind, 3k gold and go to 1,500 up. That is a 3k gold swing in the span of 1 minute. That is huge.
Very worthwhile engagement there. Rich now
Had that perfect slash line. Now down at, I say down like it's not a good slash line, but 5, 1, and 3 on this Tiamat. Has the Chronos Pendant and the tablet up, working on, and has the Enchanted Spear.
If we look at the golden hand, Charybdis playing really far up, 2,700 golden hand, very aggressive play. Just trying to farm up as much as he can. Probably needs to back here, almost 3,000 gold in hand.
pulling a bit of a Zapman there. One more wave, trying to get as much gold as he possibly can. When he does back, it'll be quite a bit. Quite a bit that he'll be able to purchase. It'll be a big power spike. 3,100 and counting.
There it is. The back from Charybdis yields a kin's size.
And a light blade, able to get a full item and a tier 1 in the same tree.
As we look around, the shutdown gold from Tiamat and Thor weighing heavily in this game at the moment. As Blight now currently down almost 2.5, 3k gold, it looks like. My bad, just 2k.
Jaeger could be in a bit of trouble over here. Number of people rotated on him, but he's just so tanky. About to transform, you pulled him back in. You might not want to do that. Dirty Bubble with the hook. Thor is up. He lands down onto Jaeger with the stun coming right after the Guan Yu ult. Guan Yu low and landfall connecting, but Jaeger is still W keying at this team. Finally realizing, hey, this is a 2v3. Probably should back up as Pokemon and Rich kind of duke it out there in the jungle. Lots of low health bars. Nobody falling as of yet, and it seems like it might fizzle before a kill is confirmed.
A very interesting fight brewing there, but nothing really to show of it. Really, Order of the Blight just trying to force Jaeger to back off.
I think Jaeger showed that he doesn't need to respect them. Like,
He had to back up a bit. He did lose a lot of health there, but he was standing in the middle of quite a lot of damage and just totally fine, having that transformation, you know, built up and ready to go. Very,
absolutely,
very
and that Oni Hunter's Guard really helping out there. As Iron Eagle goes down to underclass hero, as underclass ults into Hunter, the Dharmic Pillar's down. As we're moving around.
Trading Dharmic Pillars for Anvil of Dawn.
I have to say that's a better trade
for Ice Age. Now, they did lose Iron Eagle, so the trade is not worth it. But in terms of just the ultimates, Dharmic Pillar is going to be up a lot sooner than Anvil of Dawn will be.
That is absolutely true. The only difference is when each ultimate was used. Anvil of Dawn likely to come up at the same-ish time as the Dharmic Pillars, simply due to Anvil of Dawn being used about 10 seconds prior. However,
just Hunter really
this
here
Gold
able
Fury,
to contrast this Gold Fury. Rest of the Ice Age starting to group up, and it's enough to scare the Order of the Blight back from trying to finish this Oni Fury. And once again, things fizzle for now over here on the left side of the map.
a good call by Order of the Blight to go ahead and drop the Fury. You don't want to lose it to Dharmic Pillars. You don't want to lose it to the Ultimate of Charybdis. You don't want to lose it to any of the other abilities that are currently here. So, not to mention, you especially don't want to lose it and then drop members. However, Order of the Blight bringing this game back to within 1,000 gold. Again, no lead seemingly safe here, especially if you look at last game. No lead safe at all.
Order of the Blight, again, like you said, they must just have their ability to farm and get neutrals on lock, because they're constantly able to keep fairly level regardless of what's happening in this game, in either of these games.
Maui, yet again, holding two different pyro bombs. Two runic bombs in the support of the Order of the Blight. As Jaeger and Hunter set up for this gold field.
Neither side really have a classic secure mage. So a lot of these are going to be put onto other people with the burn, and there might be some more 50-50s than we had with the Agni
In the lobby in game number 1.
There weren't very many Agni secures either. There were a lot more 50-50s there than I would have expected. But this Gold Fury burning real quick, as the Oni has to be leashed. Oh, Jaeger blinking in the middle of all of them. MLG 11 also in the middle of everything. The tone of shame coming out on Underclass Hero as MLG caught in the middle of Dharmic Pillars, nowhere to go. As Charybdis is able to finish off Sick Dog, helping Hunter take down the solo laner, and almost getting rid of the jungle all the same. Oh, Jaeger in the backline, tanking up everything. Sick Dog able to finish up Underclass Hero.
The fact that Jaeger is still alive, just calmly 1v3 during that fight. Cullen is so strong.
This is why you cannot give people Cullen. He is way too big on this mitigations build right now. He cannot die. Kukulin just doesn't die.
Rich, the first to hit level 20 for the Order of the Blight, has a 3-level lead over Pokemon, which the more that we start dancing around these neutrals, the more that is going to be felt, as this Tiamat will start hurting a lot more.
Tiamat going into the Ethereal Staff yet again, as this Tiamat is just going to say, I have more health than you, and oh, look at that. I have power. That means in my ground stance, I have, say it with me now, mitigations. So this Tiamat going to be very, very big, not just in damage, but in effective health, allowing this Tiamat to be really in your face, and otherwise no other mage can do.
All 3 main neutrals still on the map as the teams Have danced around a couple of them already. Looks like there's a little bit of a grouping on the left side for this Oni Fury that might open the door for further neutral objectives with that in-lane pressure. Order of the Blight stepping up, starting the Fury. There might be a bait to try
Hunter
and take
taken
Hunter.
very low already.
Underclass barely
Hero
makes
with
it
a
up.
Sliver of health has to ult away on the Anvil of Dawn.
Two
Yet again,
TKOs.
Order of the Blight forced to back off as Ice Age start burning this Fury down. And the Oni Fury, Kamazats was taken, grabbing the kill on Iron Eagle, but in return, Ice Age taking the Gold Fury. MLG coming in with the ult, but not
Just out
able to
of
get
range.
anyone.
Jungle for Oni Fury. Not quite sure who comes out on top in that trade. Iron Eagle, not worth a whole lot with 7 deaths already, so...
Order of the Blight definitely take the loss on that trade. As you just pointed out, Iron Eagle not worth a whole lot, dying 7 times. And not something I want to say about anyone, but the current value, just gold-wise, like gold going into people's pockets, I'd almost think a minion is worth as much. Being realistic here, now, Order of the Blight again causing a dip in this gold deficit. What are they doing? What did they find?
Somehow able to just milk this map for all the gold and experience that they can possibly find, keeping themselves in this. They are up in kills, but a lot of them are on the not as, you know, worth it.
Pokemon and Iron Eagle can't be worth a whole ton right now, so it can't be coming from just the kills. They are just farming this map very well.
Pokemon Iron Eagle not worth a whole lot of gold per kill right now. However, if you look at that XP differential, that is a huge portion of this game right now. As you look across the board, and people are just hitting their spikes faster than everyone else. Order of the Blight. Order of the Blight yet again with 3 runic bombs as another fight breaks out. This time over the Fire Giant. Iron Eagle trapped by the landfall. Kamazats was taken, finishing up the kill.
Once again, a beautiful landfall out of Dirty Bubble gets them that kill, making it a 5v4
Dance over this Fire Giant. Neither team still really wanting to commit, even though we're 26 minutes into the game. Fire Giant's definitely on the table.
Is Dirty Bubble a Ymir main? I gotta ask at this point. Is he a Ymir main?
I think you can
definitely
call him a
playing-
Maui main now.
He's playing like a Ymir main. Stepping up, just throwing his balls everywhere, and then, oh, you're wanting to get away? Here's a wall. Very strong play out of a Dirty Bubble.
Underclass Hero on the opposite side of the map where I'd expect him to be backing after getting the Oracle Vision on the Gold Fury pit. Got to imagine that these teams are going to start properly dancing around this Fire Giant fairly soon, or we might end up in another 70-minute barn burn.
I don't want to end up there. Please no. Stop trying to speak that into existence.
I'm letting the universe know that I'm aware that it's possible, but like that way there's no surprise and
It won't happen.
Nah, this philosophy does not work. As
A lot
Pokemon
of
gets
damage. On to Pokemon
very
there.
nearly deleted from the face of the map. As now the only deficit left on the map for XP is in the support role. And I do believe Ice Age is ahead in that role.
Tier 1 going down. Not the most consequential thing, but it does quicken that pace if they were able to get a clean team fight win around this Fire Giant. much easier access getting into dealing with that mid Phoenix. So it's not worthless.
If we look at the XP difference again, or XP and gold differences again, Order of the Blight, right back. Order of the Blight right back to even. It honestly slightly ahead, all off of map play. Though that Gold Fury gonna spike it right back in the other direction, even if only for a moment.
If Order of the Blight were a bit more grouped up on that right side, the moment they heard that Gold Fury death, they could have jumped on the Fire Giant, but unfortunately they were just too spread out. A couple people still back in base to be able to make anything happen about that.
Iron Eagle being looked at yet again, but beads out of Iron Eagle, and he will live this, or he will survive this encounter. And if you look at the Tsukiyomi, forced to take beads Aegis here, you do not want to be in that spot in the jungle. I've not met
on a god
single,
without mobility.
I have never seen a jungler who told me, yeah, I want to have beads Aegis. Nah, they want to trade out Aegis for Blink and get in on top of people. So, this Tsukiyomi, you know he's hurting.
A little bit of poking and looking back and forth happening in the solo lane over there as teams still just, both of them trying to fight for a bit of position here around this Fire Giant as we approach the 30-minute mark. No Fire Giant being dropped yet, but it is now enhanced, which will make quite the difference once it is actually dropped.
Absolutely. Enhanced Fire Giant, stripping the backdoor protection of all of your structures.
Another amazing ult out of Dirty Bubble. Almost drops down this Tsukiyomi again. Pokemon forced to Aegis and actually turns the kill around onto underclass hero. They lose Iron Eagle in the process, but taking out Camelot is taken as well.
Definitely a worthy trade so far for Ice Age. Not over yet. Jaeger's still trying to see if they can get MLG. They do have enough damage, but Rich manages to turn it around onto Pokemon here before dashing out in this ground stance. A bit caught out, though. Could be in trouble as Sick Dog comes wrapping around the corner. Seems like the tower shots from Sick Dog a little too aggressive. Heading in, wanting that Tiamat kill a bit too bad, costs him his life for the moment.
Rich playing that fight very, very well. Somehow able to slip away from 3 on that Tiamat. Burning the Aegis at just the right time to get away.
3 for 3 trades in total. No team having
much of an advantage to walk in and take this enhanced Fire Giant at the moment. We're going to head back to a state of neutrality and begin the dance again.
Honestly, from what I thought Tiamat was going to keep the normal buff to underclass, but
Order of the Blight actually starting the Fire Giant here. It could be just a bait trying to threaten the pull, but they're stepping up and just kind of poking it down. It looks like they're leashing it now, opting to take the fight instead as MLG steps up. Anvil of Dawn out, as well as the Guan Yu ult, landing onto Iron Eagle, who has the Piercing Moonlight to try and live here. Darmadiller's out. Charybdis with a great ult onto underclass hero. Iron Eagle actually getting a kill, but the landfall pulling back Pokemon put him in the grave. So far, a 2-for-1 in favor of Ice Age. Sick Dog making that even better by taking out a triple kill from Sick Dog, putting down everybody but Rich now. A very decisive fight for this Ice Age team, and they're hoping they can get into this team.
Fire Giant should fall to Ice Age here, but look out. Rich trying to sneak his way in.
Iron Eagle dangerously low here. Can't let that tornado hit him. Trying to dodge out the different abilities from the Fire Giant and from Tiamat. Hunter very low as well. Ice Age do manage to secure it. Very close there with Rich in there. He pays for it with his life. It was a valiant effort to try and steal that Fire Giant away. There's nothing else he could really do there. Ends up in a deicide for Ice Age.
A deicide that was ended very shortly, but Rich, it's worth pointing out, his death is staggered, so for the next 40 seconds, we're looking at a 5-on-3 Fire Giant power play out of Ice Age. Or 5-on-4, my bad. Can't count.
Evil strengthens our resolve.
Should be a pretty easy Oni Fury pickup here for Ice Age. I don't imagine Order of the Blight being one person down to step up, but as I say that, Underclass here actually working in, trying to get the kill or the steal with the double tap, pays for it with his life. Iron Eagle getting another kill onto his slash line now. Actually getting two, managing to drop. Camelot was taken. He was trying to get up into that Jingwei ult, unsuccessful, and they get that first tier 1 tower in the duo lane, beginning their siege properly with enhanced Fire Giant around their waist.
Pokemon and company taking the Tower of Order of the Blight on that left-hand side. Fire Giant around the belt. A Fire Giant around the belts of 4 members of Ice Age.
Got damage from
Ice
Rich.
Age not really wanting to go in. Pokemon especially very low on that back side. Phoenix going down. And Ice Age electing to retreat from the Titan room.
You got the Onion minions in wave, in lane, can easily push down this tier 2 in mid. Pokemon took so much damage from one volley from the Tiamat there. Definitely something to keep an eye on if the burst from this Tiamat is that much now.
I think that 70-minute game took it out of us. lot more mistakes out of this game. God. I mean, if we're tired from that, you can only imagine what these guys are going through.
100%.
Having played that game and now a 35-minute game just in this one. This is crazy.
With the left bird down, though, for Ice Age having dropped the left bird, you have to hope that they will continue this pressure. They still have EFG for a bit, knock down this tier 1 and right, and try and see if you can siege another bird before the Fire Giant comes up again, to try and see if you can lock this game down before it gets to the 70-minute mark.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you would think that out of everything that's going on, like, Ice Age here, I really do want them to go in. They've got Fire Giant, they've got EFG on 4 members, but you look at Rich here, dealing the amount of damage that he's doing, and he is just lighting people up. I don't know what else to say.
It's the safe play to back up here. Only 10 seconds left now after they've already backed up. But I do just wonder why they aren't being a bit more aggressive. Obviously, Tablet of Destiny's very potent. Rich is going to deal a lot of damage, but they deal a lot of damage back. They've shown they can win these team fights, and I really wish that they would just get a little more aggressive. Fire Giant does respawn now, though. We'll see if they can't lock it down, though Order of the Blight is here and not unaware of what's happening. Jaeger in the back, zoning as best he can here. Ultimate coming through, but it's another great landfall from Dirty Bubble. Sick Dog in a lot of trouble here. He's been carrying these fights, and he does manage to stay alive and drop that. Iron Eagle gets credit for the kill on Dirty Bubble. And Ladon comes down out of nowhere. Pokemon low, managing to live, but not for long enough. Beads was expended, not quite able to get away from this Thor, who has definitely got a lot of damage online right now. couple members of the Order of the Blight around here for this Fire Giant. You expect them to step up and try and get into it. Jaeger heading over, seeing if he can't deal with underclass hero, keep him out. But as the Fire Giant gets low, Ice Age do manage to secure it, and it looks like underclass hero will go down for the trouble. Stuck in a very bad spot, does eventually fall. Ice Age with the Fire Giant around 4 members belts. Only Pokemon not gonna have that into this coming siege.
Very strong play by Ice Age here. Very clean. Just getting the Fire Giant zoning properly. Oh, Jaeger stepping up in this Merlin division game from Lancelot and showing he can play with the big boys.
0-12 is a respectable slash line regardless of where you're at. He is always there in the back line, always causing problems and zoning multiple people away from the rest of the team fight. 100% putting in the work here.
Now, I'm going to make a bit of a reference here. In football, there are positions that are called skill positions, and there are your O-linemen. And the reason for that is blocking, while a necessary job, and this coming from a running back, while blocking is a necessary job, you got to be able to do it. Even the running back has to be able to do it. It's not necessarily the most skilled thing to do. And breaking off from that, we have a big fight breaking out over here in the left lane. That left side, Phoenix going down for Order of the Blight. As Ice Age tries to disengage. Dirty Bubble coming around the backside. Unable to get the stun on Pokemon. And
Ice Age trying to back up here.
MLG taking a little bit of damage, but able to turn around. Pokemon absolutely melted here. Hunter with not much health left, and I imagine this will be Jaeger's first death. It is indeed only Hunter left alive, trying to buy time, running back the other direction, but it ends up in a deicide for the Order of the Blight, only losing their jungler and underclass hero. They have a full 15 or so seconds until Iron Eagle is even up, and it's just them, so I hope to see them start pushing down these lanes and trying to get some pressure back on their side.
honestly, what you want to see here, you want to see them take not just this tower here on the left side. Go ahead, grab that Phoenix. Push it. Actually shove. They need to get this, and they need to get it now.
Both the Tiamat minions and the Pyro Bomb is able to help them secure that quicker, but it doesn't look like they're pushing into the Phoenix. Iron Eagle and Sick Dog being up.
This is where you go ahead and back up. It is fine here to just back up and let it be. You've already got your win. You've already shoved the Fire Giant wave, or not Fire Giant, the Fire Minions really far back down that side of the map. So hopefully you've given your wave some breathing room. You've given your Phoenix some room to breathe when it comes back up.
Golden Apple coming out here as the fight that I didn't expect just continues to move on here. Double tap off the mark onto Jaeger. Nothing really coming from that, just poking out. 2 seconds until Fire Giant respawn. Teams are just vying for position at the moment, trying to get vision control of this fire pit as the dance continues once more. And I'm just going to call it out. We're 42 minutes into this game, and there's no clear upper hand at this point. Could be in for another one.
Would you stop that, please? I respectfully ask you to stop speaking a 70-minute game into existence.
Fire Giant pulled here by Ice Age, getting it down to just about half health. Probably not really threatening to clear it right now. They're trying to bait in Order of the Blight for something to see if they can swing a fight in their favor. Hunter pulled in, not really in any threat at the moment.
Root coming out from Disco.
Lots of
Because
ults
Iron
still
Eagle
available.
put it in, but not badly enough to take the Vortex in, for sure. He's just gonna put some solid damage down. Oh, Jaeger in that back line, he wanted in. In he went. Piercing Moonlight coming through. Big Dog taking out Camelot. Rich downing Iron Eagle. And Sick Dog removing MLG11 from play. Pokemon is also going to remove Underclass Hero.
Fire minions were on the Titan there at the end. Not enough to do a whole lot of damage, but it's something to keep in mind as Jaeger tries to back in front of Rich and takes a whole lot of damage for his troubles. Tanky enough that he can walk away without issue and back in front of this ward, but Rich doesn't seem like he's done. 1v2ing up there against Corner and Pokemon, not seeming scared about anything.
If a fight like that continues again, and this Ice Age team can get this Fire Giant or knock down another bird,
We could see a similar situation to last time where Fire Minions might come into play in this game.
I mean, last time Fire Minions came into play, it didn't come into play enough. Did I just see 5 instances of Golden Apple damage on the Fire Giant?
It bounced around on it, it did.
That was really weird.
everybody but Iron Eagle now having the Fire Giant belt around their waists. EFG, of course, again, as the
Ice Age move in, take this Oni Fury without contest. Won't be an issue to get those Oni waves building pressure in lanes as they back and get ready for another siege here. Notably, the left side Phoenix is down for Blight, or the Order of the Blight, so Ice Age don't have to worry about that lane as much. It will be Oni Fire Waves coming in that Order of the Blight will have to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And to answer chat for a moment, yes, you're correct. Who allowed Jaeger into Lancelot where I have to face him? Come on. Like, come on. This man's up here in Merlin, 3-1-15. How is this fair? No, but seriously, he's playing a very good game right now. And a respectable slash line out of a solo laner in general. A very good one considering what all is going on.
It's like Ice Age here, opting to start pressuring the right side of the map so they can't get this right side
Phoenix here. Only Fire Waves are starting to get closer to that Titan room as Iron Eagle takes a whole bunch of damage and has to burn the beads because of a great Thor wall double tap that allows Rich to get some of that tornado damage coming in. Seems like Ice Age is having a bit of a time to break this base. I say as Jaeger blinks in and knocks up people in the backline, creating infinite space back there for Ice Age to get this bird. Landfall comes through and grabs 2. Shell is out.
Iron Eagle low here and will be deleted by the Thor, who should be able to clean up Pokemon here in a second. Frontline making sure the rest of the team can't get into this. Pokemon actually living for quite a long time. Dodges out the wall, but the spin to win is too much. Underclass hero sticking to that mid laner. Sick Dog unfortunately going down as the peel was all for Pokemon in the back there. Left alone and dropping. They got the bird, but they lost 3 for 1. Not the ideal siege that they wanted.
I was going to say they lost the bird, but they got the bird, but at what cost? On top of that, now for an entire minute, not only do you only have Fire Giant on your 2 tanks, you don't even have any of your damage.
Will be a bit of a work needed for Order of the Blight here to be able to step up to this Fire Giant. You assume that they have to, regardless of what's going on in those side lanes with the Fire Minions. You cannot give up a free EFG, but you also can't go down here if you're Jaeger. He's trying to get out. Garment Killer, landfall perfect. He manages to transform in time. The shell isn't going to be enough. Camelot was taken, pops the ult to try and chase out, but it seems like
He will be able to get away. That would have been fairly disastrous had he dropped there right as Fire Giant was spotted.
Not as many mitigations this game as last game for this Cupolan. No, no sigil.
Opting for the Spectral as well this time. Landfall and the Geneway all
being down right here might give a little bit of an advantage to Ice Age as they step up to this Fire Giant. Haven't hit it yet, but they're just pushing out, trying to see if they can get a pick here in this team fight. Rich over the wall, dealing a fair amount of damage to Jaeger here as MLG is poked down as well. Finally, the Fire Giant is pulled, maybe in earnest, maybe as bait, just threatening it. They are burning it down below half. Jaeger doing his best to zone. Thor is up, though. I think MLG
does not manage to steal it. Rich does drop Jaeger for the troubles. The Ankh comes out, though, as this fight continues.
Charybdis in a lot of issue here. Landfall pulling the Ganesh away from his Hunter, but Sick Dog able to still turn around this damage on the rest of the team. Unbelievable.
And Rich combining for extreme damage on that Charybdis. However, for his efforts, this Disco going to take down the Jingwei.
They have to keep their advantage going here. Rich and Dirty Bubble low and being forced to back. Rich still hasn't had a chance to heal up yet as Fire Minions are on this Titan. They're just going to try and end it. Try to put this one to bed.
And it's done.
Able to end this game after 50 minutes. So, after a grand total of 121 minutes, after 2 hours, we go to a game 3.
It all comes down to this.
What I gotta say is that game was 20 minutes shorter than the previous one. So if we go 20 minutes again, we'll be at a normal Smite
like timeline
for the third game. Taking a look at damage here. Rich with 65,000 in that 50-minute game, just absolutely melting anything that Ice Age was trying to do.
Look at Jaeger. Look at Jaeger's stat line: 119,000 mitigated and 56k dealt. He was in their backline and would not let people go.
Top damage on his team
is top damage and top mitigated for his team. Just putting on a real proper show in the Merlin division coming up from Lance on this Cucullin.
Wait, do I hear Jaeger getting called up to Merlin? I don't have to deal with him anymore? Dang.
We're going to take a quick break, though. Try to get some water, get rehydrated for us here on the cast and everybody on the teams before we come back for game number 3 between Ice Age and the Blight.
we live? It's just quiet.
Are we live? All right. Well,
Oh,
We are back here into picks and bans for game 3, starting off with the Freya 4 Order of the Blight. Very standard on both sides to get us started here.
and Ao Kwong followed directly by Agni.
I have to say you have to take Maui out of Dirty Bubble's hands here. He's just performed so well on it on both games. I feel like they need to prioritize it, and there it
And
is.
there it is, the Maui ban. Respect finally being laid on the support of the Blight. And Kukulin, whoever has had this pick, has won the games that he's been in so far. Would have thought I'd see a Kukulin ban as well out of Ice Age, but still electing to keep Ao Kwong and Cleodna out of the game. And
Hovering the Merlin here did a lot of damage last time it was in the lobby.
and
And the
Sylvanas.
Sylvanas.
Ooh, now that's an interesting pick.
Gonna be interesting to see what they pair with that Sylvanas in the dual lane.
In return, we are getting a very potent combo in Dharmic Pillars with Sanctified Field and Camazot's being the answer, it seems, to that combo.
If Sylvanas gets caught at all out of position with
Dharmic Pillars and Sanctified Field as a combo, he is just dead. No way to get out of that whatsoever. That is a very scary lane to be going up against as an immobile Guardian.
Charybdis, Tiamat, both banned alongside Morgan Le Fay. And this picks and bans phase is moving fast. These teams do not want to be here anymore. And it looks like Guan Yu going to be the final ban in this set. Officially? Oh boy. And for those of y'all who are watching, we are officially in our third hour of this set.
Xing Qian being hovered could be trying to take it solo with the Guan Yu not available. I would have to assume that it would be Sylvanas support and Xing Qian in the solo lane against Kukulin. Yu Huang.
Huang, Lancelot both hovered by the Blight. These are their last two picks.
Lancelot did work out well in that first game when he was there. The cripple field on the alt is definitely something to be aware of.
However,
A
there's
lot
a
of burst
lot of
damage.
immunity going on, and it's not the cripple field this time that's worth being aware of. It's the survivability that Lancelot brings to the table. Lancelot with the semi immunity or semi CC immunity on his horse. Yu Huang as well, the safety that he provides anyone playing him with his 3. Both these gods, or both these picks, I should say, Lancelot, after all, is not a god. But both of these picks, very, very safe. Production trying to counter and say he is. No, Lancelot is not a god.
He's a legend.
Exactly.
Blight taking a long time here to decide on locking in this Yuhong or the Lancelot, really wanting to make sure they got their picks well planned out so that they can put this set to bed. They do end up locking in both, though, with a quick Chiron lock-in from Ice Age in response. Looking at these two drafts now, fully realized and chosen. Do you are you leaning one way or the other here, Mechanist?
Honestly, I really like what both teams have going for them, but I think one of the bigger problems is this a wheelish for Order of the Blight. Very, very strong pick here. Oleron has a knockup. Ganesh has a knockup. Wong has a knockup. Kukulin has a knockup. And of course, a Wheelish has her own knockup to play off of. So
Both Kama and Xingqian also having leaps of their own that could get caught by this Awelish. Lots of different ways for her to get a lot of impact by pressing that 4 button. Definitely think that early game pressure probably heading towards the blight side of this map. A Wheelish with Feather Step basically being a just the most damage that you're going to get at level 2 or 3 from a jungler.
absolutely. So the thing I'm really looking for here is how well can a Wheelish combo off with the rest of her team to get one dude, just the Merlin, the Chiron, just get one of those two out of position with that ultimate, and you can win any fight you're in. Oh, and production, God, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity. Gilgamesh meets some of those um, production as more of a king than an actual deity.
Gilgamesh is
Therefore,
also 1/3 a god. It's very strange. He's not a demigod like somebody like Hercules that's half deity, half human. He is somehow only a third of a god, according to the Babylonian mythologies. As we get ready to head into game 3, though, waiting for this lobby to load in, it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen Rich play this Yu Huang yet today to see what kind of build path he's going. If he's going to go for the standard, what he's been doing on his last couple picks with the conduit gem into the Chronos pendant.
in all fairness, the Rich has not been allowed to play the same god game after game after game. He has been forced to move over and over to different gods in that mid lane, and he has shown up every time. Rich has shown up in both games, so I do expect him to show up again here in game 3. Really, what you need to do, if you are the Order of the Blight right now, you need to shut down O Jaeger. And on Jing Chen, that should be a little bit easier than it was on Kukulin, by more than a few magnitudes. Should be a few magnitudes easier, I would hope.
Jingqin also opting into a book as a first item choice. I'm interested what Jaeger could be going for here
Jaeger is
on
100% going for the Tablet of Destiny's start that a lot of Guardians are
Oh.
going for in the solo lane right now. Tablet of Destiny is a very, very powerful item, and solo lane one of the best places to stack it.
Tell me it's hour 3 of a cast without telling me it's hour 3 of a cast. I should have seen that coming a mile away. That is a definite, very good pickup for Jaeger.
Don't worry, I've got your back. Just like, oh no.
Seems like Rich is indeed going for that similar build path, at least here at the beginning on the Yu Huang that he's done on both the Tiamat and the Merlin. Definitely a path that he seems to enjoy. Now, honestly, I can't really fault him for it. He's been doing really good damage numbers every game. Kind of proven that this build path that's a little bit different than what other people are running is very viable.
Minions have spawned.
As we get into game 3 here, duo lane clearing their camps very fast for Order of the Blight. Something you wouldn't think to see out of a Ganesh and an Oleron. They get it done. They get it done quick. They get it done almost at the pace of Kyron Sylvanas, which that is a pressure lane. And even get the lane first.
That is very impressive coming out of Order of the Blight here. I can't imagine they are able to keep up this pressure that they're going to have right here against Kyron Sylvanas, but they're definitely first blood right off the bat. Under hero, knocking down Iron Eagle. Not even a minute into this game.
And a pause rolls in. And the game unpausing very shortly as well. Just a quick pause and unpause for these two teams.
No, Wheelish off to 1-0 before the 1 minute mark is a very dangerous prospect if she can get to level 5 very quickly and start running this map with that ultimate up hers.
It's definitely a very dangerous pick. After all, pulling in one person from 90 units away, I think is the range. Either way, very, very long range. And for any kind of pull, I think it's the longest pull in the game.
Big fight happening here in duo, though, as Hunter gets very low from the extra pressure, manages to get back under the tower, should be safe from there. But instantly, underclass hero showing that he is going to do something as MLG takes out Jaeger here in the solo lane. Kukulkan definitely much higher pressure this early in than a Xingqian is going to be.
Kukulkan just doing Kukulkan things. What more is there to say?
As you said, Kukulkan has won every match, or every game of this set that he's been a part of. Whatever team had them ended up getting the dub. That trend continues here. Order of Blight might be the ones to take this set.
If this trend continues, Order of the Blight might even cleanly get this set, as Kukulkan has been very cleanly winning these lanes.
Farming continues here in duo, just a little bit of poking going back and forth, trying to see who has the pressure. Dirty Bubble stepping up, trying to get in the root onto Sylvanas. A very, both Oleron on the side of Order of the Blight and Hunter here with the Sylvanas. Very easy to gank this early when before they have their items online. They're not very survivable, not very mobile. I assume we're going to see both Iron Eagle and Underclass Hero returning to this duo lane fairly often, trying to get a pick on one of those gods.
Oh, absolutely. Sylvanas is someone you don't want to allow to get ahead. But oddly enough, does not worry about playing from behind. Whereas Oleron is worried about playing from behind, and you don't want to let him get ahead. I feel like that's going to be the biggest difference between these two picks in particular, is this Sylvanas will not mind being a little bit behind. Whereas this Oleron is going to need a little bit of protection for a little bit more. As Ganesh and Oleron take over to 5 here, And the Sanctified Fields is now able to offer a little bit of protection unto the Oloran of Camazons.
They have reached the combo point where if they choose to, Sanctified Field Dharmic Pillars will pretty much spell death for anybody that they want to catch, short of someone like Iron Eagle who will be able to just hop up into that bat out of hell and run away.
What I'm interested to see is how how that flicker works under the Sanctified Field. It is a very quick ability to begin with. So if you extend its animation's duration, how long is it?
That is
Just
an
interesting.
interesting point.
I've never seen the interaction.
I'm sure we will see it here at some point. As the team fights progress, we will definitely get a look at it. Jaeger actually turning it back around onto MLG, getting that kill, evening out this solo lane in terms of kills for the moment.
It was a big kill for Jaeger. Not only is he shutting down MLG after MLG killed him, but he's shutting down easily the single best pick of this set. And then walking just back to tower.
As Hunter rotates mid to see if he can help Pokemon here try to gain some sort of advantage. I'm looking at Underclass Hero here to see if they can get a Gravity Surge off. Dharmic Pillars used there behind the tier 1 tower, but Underclass Hero holds on to Gravity Surge for the moment, looking for that perfect opportunity as they rotate over towards Solo to try and invade Jaeger's blue buff successfully.
Oh, Jaeger, unaware apparently of that blue buff invade. Clearing wave. Almost dots. Just now looking at it. And Dirty Bubble just gonna decide, I don't want to deal with that.
Tablet has been completed for Jaeger here. Gonna be quite the big power spike for him over in that solo lane. Starting to immediately stack it up.
And he can stack it pretty quick. And if I remember, each time he hits a player with his first ability, it'll be 2 stacks because it ticks for 3 seconds. Oh, never mind. If I read that properly, it's only 1 stack per ability. Yep. Per god per ability hit.
Still having that this early, only 7 minutes into the game, so he can start stacking it right away. It's gonna start to lead to him being
possibly a problem that Ice Age are gonna, or that, that Order of the Blight are gonna have to make sure they keep in check.
And Kukulin, that round shield start, apparently not realizing that Jaeger is going to be playing Jin Chen in that that solo lane. Dirty Bubble moving in, silencing Hunter, but nothing going, nothing doing.
Have we seen a Gravity Surge out of this
Awelish yet?
We have not seen a Gravity Surge used, but I think I prefer that, because Awelish has not yet been in a position where it would make sense.
Agreed. I just think that Awelish is so good, and hopefully we'll see it right now as we come around onto the Chiron. Getting the Feather Step in, the knockup is good.
And the Gravity Surge!
Put down.
Goes.
I asked for it.
An Underclass Hero heard me and immediately got it done.
Gravity Surge and Dharmic Pillars used there, but putting Sick Dog down, letting Camazons was taken, get some free farm here. Definitely a good start.
Hunter rotating back over, just making sure that the wave is taken and farmed off of, and not letting it crash into the tower. And yet again, we move back to a stage where not a lot going on. Just everyone farming up, trying to get to their respective power spikes.
Once more, Dirty Bubble opting to not go that prophetic cloak route, picking up
Thebes for the third time here.
as Hunter on the other side has that prophetic cloak and already has 5 stacks trying to get up to that 30 needed to evolve that item.
Well, we saw in the first game that prophetic cloak get evolved at the 1 hour mark. Maybe this time he can stack it a little bit faster. And a 1.5 level difference, I would be led to believe, here in mid. Yu Huang being level 11, while the Merlin was at one point level 9. As Jing Chen also holding a lead. Sick Dog falling again to Underclass Hero.
Even having expended the ultimate there, trying to preserve his life and see if he can turn around a kill.
Unable to do so. Camelot was taken, is fairly low, but it just was not enough damage for him to get that revive.
Not quite, for sure. Now, Jaeger having about a half level lead over there in the solo lane on the Jing Chen over a Kukulin. Talk about interesting. But
Rather
the rest
impressive.
of the map seemingly suffering for it. As Oleron,
Jaeger gets another kill on MLG, this time with the help of Iron Eagle on that Camzots. Just extending this impressive lead that he's able to build up on a pick that I would not have bet money would be winning this lane this early.
that round shield start coming back to bite MLG 11 a little bit here. Maybe didn't respect the Jing Chen pick, and it's showing. Tablet of Destiny is going to keep stacking, going to keep dealing good damage to him.
Getting that pick on to MLG was also important for Iron Eagle.
Who was 2 levels down not too long ago, now reducing that gap to maybe a level and a half or a level. Just trying to claw back against this Weelish.
Absolutely. Order of the Blight here, however, leading in many different places. Gotta be careful if you're Ice Age. You can't step up too far and just allow people to have whatever they want. At the same time, can't allow them to grab you for it. Order of the Blight with a 3.5k lead over Ice Age at the moment.
Where did that happen?
It
Again,
just
just-
happened.
Great farming by Order of the Blight. Been fairly consistent all day. They are working this map very well.
Dropping back down to a 3k lead. So
3,300 experience at the 12-minute mark is quite the big deal as well. Jumping up to 4,200, but fluctuating between the waves. Seems like Jaeger is the only one who's kind of keeping up against his lane opponent at the moment.
that is definitely the case here. Kukulin still about a half level behind. But this Weelish has a bounty on her head right now. That killing spree that she's on. She is worth shutdown gold, and if Ice Age can get that pick, it'd be massive.
Moving
As it
around
looks like
Pyromancer.
Order of the
right here.
Blight. Gonna go ahead and Order of the Blight definitely looking at it. And it looks like Ice Age is none the wiser. As Dark
Underclass
Pillar is
Hero.
going to get dropped in order to burn it down quickly. Underclass Hero coming back, and they will get the Pyro here.
Very clean from
Order of the Blight there. Underclass Hero stepping forward, trying to scout out what could be if anybody was coming, not finding anybody and coming back to just help clean up a very free Pyromancer here at the 14-minute mark.
Very, very well done.
Pushing that gold lead to almost the 4,000 mark. Definitely an advantage that Order of the Blight should
Continue to snowball if they can. I would say that they should start grouping up, trying to get ready, see if they can't bait a fight at Gold Fury and use that gold advantage to win something and then be able to get the Fury as a nice little reward afterwards. Now, though, both teams just farming the map, trying to extract the gold and experience that they can before the next team fight brews, so they're at the strongest point that they possibly can be. Looks like Jaeger's heading over towards trying to see if he can evade a blue buff, but Cullen pulling that buff all the way to tower. Jaeger's not giving up, though. Using the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, even.
Jaeger can... Did Jaeger steal that away?
It looks like he might have as the fight
Jaeger stole it
mid-continues.
away. At the same time, Ice Age looking like they're in trouble. Kamazot's having to retreat back to tower. The Dharmic Killer's down, but nothing doing with it. Kyron into the fray, and a 4-on-2 starting up here in mid. Never mind, a 5-on-4 as even the solo laner rotates over. It looks like Light is looking directly at the Gold Fury. Rooted and MLG11 gonna salmon leap away from the training exercise. Order of the Blight takes the Gold Fury, and it looks like Hunter is going to lose his life over it. However, Underclass Hero getting taken down by Iron Eagle. That shut down Gold, going the way of his jungle opponent. And the Sanctified Field out. Oh, Jaeger burnt. Oh, Jaeger down. Kamazotz was taking it.
A extremely clean fight
From Order of the Blight,
only losing one, and it was the Wheelish who did give that shutdown, but getting the 3 picks that they did get and the Gold Fury, very much worth it for them in the end.
Absolutely, very worthwhile fight. You take those every day. And now you look at the gold chart especially, and that is a 5.5k difference. Clearly in the lead are Order of the Blight right now.
MLG lost his blue buff to Jaeger and said, "That's fine, I'm going to go over and make you lose your teammate's life." And that's exactly what he did, just buying so much space on this Cullen to allow that Gold Fury to drop with ease.
And something I just noticed with that tab menu, that was really cool seeing the red and the purple on that tab menu.
Pokemon taking out Underclass Hero over by the mid-tier 1 there, as Iron Eagle and Jaeger try to see if they can get something done onto MLG behind the tier 1 tower, chasing him into the jungle here. Cullen not someone that you can just
kind of walk at and kill with ease. They are doing a good amount of damage.
Able to walk away. Salmon Leap good as well. MLG 11 going to blink behind his support, and oh my. The ult out of Chiron as a ADC rotation makes its way through as well. 5-man rotation from both teams. Oh, my bad. 5-man rotation out of Ice Age as they take the Pyromancer and back away.
Very interesting decision from Sick Dog there to try to expend the ultimate to kill MLG. It didn't work out, but
Sanctified Field down, Hunter down as well.
Hunter. Rich getting the final last hit to get that done. But that means that the Order of the Blight here have some pressure. It is the 18-minute mark. They could rotate back and try to think about looking at this fire.
I think they should look at this Fire Giant. They're ahead by enough. What they do, they need to bait. Never mind, you got backs coming out of 2 members of Ice Age. They could just rush the Fire Giant. Do they know? they know they can just burn it. They're burning it
Pokemon
fast,
knows
though.
something now as Underclass Hero gets the Blink Feather Step onto it. They are taking this Fire Giant with
MLG and Underclass Hero zoning quite well. This is free. A 19-minute Fire Giant going the way of Order of the Blight, extending their lead yet again to almost 8,000, if I can math correctly.
Just a little bit off. It is currently
7,000.
just over 7,000. Yes.
That's why I said.
However, I completely understand if you are too tired to math correctly right now. I claim numbers as my first language, not English, so I would be surprised if I could. That is beside the point, as Ice Age is now having to defend their tier 1, tier 2 tower and right from Order of the Blight, who's gone in. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel coming through, throwing Dirty Bubble around. Dirty Bubble very low, able to make it out, and Hunter going down alongside that tier 2 tower.
Dirty
It's
Bubble
MLG
almost
11.
dying to the Contagion proc there. He was so low as he backed up. But they do manage to get that tier 2 tower over and right and get the pick onto Hunter. Seems like they're heading
should be
towards
looking
mid
at
to
the
strip
tier
some towers.
1. They should be looking at this tier 1 in mid. And really off of an early Fire Giant like this, you're just looking to clear up the towers up on the map. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They get the minion wave, and they push the tower, able to very quickly drag it down into the tier 1. And they pull Sick Dog back in! Where did his health bar go? Where did it go?
That opens up the door for this tier 2 to be a much easier fight. Ganesh doing all the zoning needs to on Dirty Bubble. They get the 3rd tower as well as another pick onto Sick Dog, turning this early Fire Giant into quite the lead. And it doesn't seem like they're done yet.
Where'd he go? He was there one moment, then he was gone!
God, he's only level 15. I didn't even realize how far behind Sick Dog is at the moment.
Honestly, Tyrant has been hurting Farm in a way that I don't think any of us noticed.
Class Hero getting another one. Darmok Pillars just putting some damage down. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this one. At least for the moment.
They can still get it.
They are pretty low. It looks like they're just backing. They got quite a bit with this very early Fire Giant. Not worth risking letting Ice Age get any sort of picks back. Just play it safe. Only 21 minutes into this game. Set up for the next FG.
We should have about another minute left on this Fire Giant as Order of the Blight look toward the Primal Fury desyncing the objective timers. And there it is, Order of the Blight destroying the Primal Fury. And also, there it is. I had it right. Nice.
You did say numbers was your first language. It makes sense.
I mean, numbers is time is like my tertiary. Am I?
Fire Giant wearing off here soon. Less than 30 seconds till it respawns. We can already see Ice Age stepping up, trying to get vision control in the FG pit here. As Dirty Bubble pulls this Pyromancer, trying to get a little bit more gold in their pocket. Can't get that bomb. Order of the Blight do confirm that Pyromancer, but Darkman Pillars was forced to be used there to make sure that that happened.
Honestly, Dark Pillars, its expenditure was not necessarily bad. But if Ice Age can force a fight here with Dark Pillars down, and with the Ganesh just not here, that should be good for them.
Dark Pillars being the only ultimate down in the lobby right now, and with its short cooldown, it should be up before this fight really kicks off into anything too crazy. Plus, they still have the Sanctified Field.
Merlin just used Soul, be careful.
Fire Giant burning rather quick here, already below half HP, and Ice Age isn't quite in the pit yet. Order of the Blight, seeing if they can't.
Burn it before anybody shows up, and they do. Hunter was the only one close, and he's gonna pay with his life for even walking up to see into the Fire Giant pit. Order of the Blight here, getting that Fire Giant and starting to push down this right lane, seeing if they can't catch Sick Dog, who is caught out a little bit.
Very big pick for this team to get the Sylvanas and the Fire Giant. 5 on 4 are they, but only 3 there at the moment. Yu Wong just now showing up with his full health after a back. And O'Wheelish in the mid lane, trying to distract us. O'Wheelish jumps in. The ult coming through.
Not going to quite be enough damage to do it. And in the meantime, while 2 were looking at this O'Wheelish,
The right side bird goes down, Sanctified Field out. Jaeger just barely making it back to the fountain with some HP left, but they got what they came for. Order of the Blight taking a bird at the 24-minute mark, backing up, strip out this jungle of all farms that Ice Age could have an option to, and figure out where they want to go next.
What a performance. What a turnaround from game 2 for Order of the Blight here. After a barn burner game 1 and a still rather long game 2, coming in and dominating game 3, 12-4 on the kill count, 14,000 gold in the lead, multiple 3 or greater level leads across the map. Basically, the entire team on Order of the Blight is level 20, and Ice Age has their mid laner.
it is a good one to have when it comes to siege defenses. Having that Merlin not be too far behind is going to help them hopefully slow down the siege of what Order of the Blight is bringing. But as you're saying, the deficits in every other role, you can definitely start to feel them. Sick Dog just now hitting level 17, lowering that gap to 3 levels, but still very far behind in terms of build and itemization.
Surprisingly, the support for Ice Age is only 1 level behind. That is the most surprising part of all of this, because usually when your carries are that far behind, your support's got it way, way worse. So,
Order of the Blight here, setting up for this Phoenix Siege. Ping's coming out of the fire minions, coming in right lane. They're just biding their time, waiting for those minions to
Continue push down before they make their push into this Phoenix, trying to see if they can get both side lane birds down here.
it would be very good for Order of the Blight if they were able to get that done.
Dharmic Pillar's
Dharmic
out
Pillar's-
right off the bat. Ganesh already in the back line here as
MLG is already back there as well. The good Sylvanas ult can slow things down, but Sanctified Field is around the bird here. Iron Eagle goes up into bat out of health, trying to find Pokemon, but unable to do so. Very back and forth as Pokemon and Camazotz was taken Camazotz was taken goes down there. Now it's all about retreat from Order of the Blight as they try to get away. The left side bird still up for now. MLG just barely to be able to be out of range from Jaeger's knockup and root there. Not having any rage could have ended his life, but he manages to slip away for now.
A lot going on there. That bird, excuse me, that bird at about half health and climbing. As Order of the Blight, having to watch right now through Dirty Bubble as Ice Age start on the Fire Giant.
MLG able to teleport in, Salmon leaping with the
Dharmic Pillars trying to disrupt and get Ice Age off of this FG. This has not been leashed yet. Yu Wong here now to add to the damage, getting the ult out. 2 kills.
And now Fire Giant taken over by Order of the Blight. Order of the Blight coming in and saying, "Thank you for your damage. We take the objective."
Ice Age basically came in and just
Tenderize the meat
that is the Fire Giant. A Sanctified Field goes out, forcing Bat out of hell from Iron Eagle.
Iron Eagle actually landing in a good spot to get
Underclass Hero here.
Underclass
Pretty good
Hero.
pick.
Honestly, I don't know why he was so far up. But it doesn't seem to matter. Order of the Blight going to go ahead and take the middle bird and retreat.
They'll be taking a lot of damage there. Probably, they might have wanted to be able to...
I would think is the call.
It looks like they finally are.
backing up here. Both frontliners pretty low.
MLG wanted to go deep there. He seemed to really want in there.
Clean up the Pyromancer on the way back.
I assume they have a decent amount of gold in hand. Get back, spend, finish out whatever they need to finish out. Looks like some of the Order of the Blight members finishing up their builds here. Support's a little bit behind,
But they have a clear full item advantage over their opponents on Ice Age, which you are going to feel every time in a team fight when you're a full item back.
Oh, absolutely. Ice Age, almost 20,000 gold down if I'm rounding properly. Yep. 17.5k down, rounding up to 20k.
that is an
And this
impressive
is-
lead.
This
Order of the
game
Blight.
has gotten officially out of hand.
They don't even need to worry about the Primal Fury. Just marching down this left lane here with the wave, getting ready to siege the third and final Phoenix that they've yet to manage to drop.
And
Fire waves
Kyron
pushing in.
all the way over on that right-hand side.
And Order of the Blight can see him on the map, so they do choose to step up here, knowing that it is a 5v4 for the moment. Dharmic Pillar's out, trying to get some damage down. Whirlwind of Raging Steel, though, forces the beads out. A lot of damage going on to Dirty Bubbles as Sanctified Field comes out, but Rich manages to put Jaeger down for the moment. Fight leaning, I would say, definitely in Order of the Blight's direction, but they weren't able to really focus that Phoenix during all of that. They're really getting a little bit of poke damage on it.
Under attack.
Ice Age having to defend their Titan from these waves while defending this Phoenix. Very difficult to do, but they've managed to do it here. As yet again, Ice Age has to go out, protect their Titan from these waves before they arrive.
Picking up this Primal Fury here. They still have about 40 seconds left on this FG if they wanted to give it one more look down this left side for the bird. Not a whole lot of time, but with the gold advantage, they might have actually caught out Iron Eagle here. Absolutely
Iron
deleted.
Iron Eagle will go down indeed.
River Killer is already back up on this Phoenix Titan.
Looks like they're actually focusing the bird this time. Overrun dealing that damage, and all three Phoenixes down for Ice Age.
This is dire straits for the Ice Age team here. 17-6 so far. 20k gold disadvantage. This is not looking good. And that's putting it mildly.
As fire falls off of the belts of the Order of the Blight, it looks like they are deciding to play it safe, back up and get the... As I say that, they actually turn around. They're thinking maybe they can get this right side Phoenix here. Even
really
an
want it.
uneven 5-on-4, stepping up. Dirty Bubble taking a lot of damage as the Chiron comes out, but MLG still full health, tanky underneath that Phoenix. Sylvanas ult up. The bird does go down,
Phoenix
but
down.
Pokemon gets just the support in trade. Oh, I say that as MLG drops too. So both frontliners down, and all three Phoenixes still down as they were unable to save that mid bird.
That's a fair enough trade. That's a weird moment. Never mind, Order of the Blight want the Fire Giant anyway. The Ice Age not gonna let it go quietly. As
No
their
risky
tank
play.
step up into the pit.
Sanctified Field, though,
Overrun
seals
Sanctified
the
Field.
deal. As
And
Order of the
now,
Blight's
if
able
you're
to take
Order
it.
of the Blight, you just retreat. Got what you came for, and then you got what you came for. Just leave. No reason to stay.
Fire Giant is enhanced now as the fire minions pour down all 3 lanes into Ice Age's base. Gonna be a near impossible uphill battle, if I'm being honest, to try and defend all 3 lanes without a bird when Order of the Blight decides to push in. Fire Giant notably not on either of the frontliners for Order of the Blight, but Kakalin and Ganesh should be tanky enough to withstand any damage that Ice Age push out. Seems like Order of the Blight here might be just, well, I was gonna say doing the classic run it down mid baby,
As they prove me wrong and head over to pick up the Pyromancer first. Being very safe and very methodical with how they're doing this.
One last pyro bomb wouldn't hurt, right?
Finally, it seems like they're going to step up here. Iron Eagle again.
out of position with all 3 birds down on the wrong side of that jungle wall, giving an easy opportunity for Oracle of the Blight to step up into this Titan room. Dharmic Pillars landing onto the Titan as Sanctified Field comes out as well. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel not finding anything out of Jaeger. The Titan isn't taking too much damage. In fact, Dirty Bubble and MLG are the ones who are low as they start to back up. Unable to break this Titan room, Pokemon actually gets the kill onto Bubble. EFG and an incredible gold lead. Not enough to fully break the base of this Ice Age team.
That is Merlin for you. Merlin is an absolute monster of a base defender. Merlin is the base defender. It's just what he does. Now, there will be fire Oni waves down every single lane. Except left.
It's like Oni Fire are only in right and mid. Left Phoenix coming up just in time to stop those fire minions from spawning, but still quite a bit of pressure just from minions alone in all 3 lanes. Kind of want to see Order of the Blight try and do something with this pressure they were going to have in all 3 lanes. You can see Ice Age split across the map trying to push out these waves. If Order of the Blight can group up and just push any lane to try and see if they can't get a solo pick somewhere.
I like where this Awelish is. The problem is that her team isn't with her. This Awelish needs to get her team to gather with her and go after a Phoenix. Preferably that left-hand side where Ice Age currently is not. Especially because Kyron cannot make his way over there yet, and that's exactly what Order of the Blight look to do. They look to shove this left-hand Phoenix as quickly as possible. Dharmic Pillars out.
Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, though, pushing them back. The bird is still alive as Iron Eagle up into the bat out of hell. Yuhong off the mark there with the ult, and Kyron starts firing shots through the team. Dirty Bubble low once again, getting bursted a lot in these engagements as he's usually one of the first ones in there to pop that Dharmic Pillars. Fire minions look like they might deal with the Phoenix in right, even with the 3 members of Ice Age running over. They are unable to save it, which, when they reveal themselves on the map, is a go button again for the Order of the Blight. They do get that left bird, and they're trying to burn down Hunter right here. It looks like he might be able to get out for now.
I need to get out of here. I cannot afford to lose the clear.
What?
As
And
the
a
Iron
show.
Eagle! Oh no!
Pokemon able to turn one back around, though, and Camazotz was taking it. Dirty Bubble, again, so low that I was worried about the proc of the contagion being his downfall.
Underclass heroes burst damage with this build is unreal. The moment someone gets pulled in, they are dead.
Absolutely. Underclass hero has been a nightmare for anyone to face, and that's in lane. Look at that starter. They're a nightmare in lane. Think about the jungle.
If Ice Age decide they want to somehow step up and try to fight this fire giant, as you said, Underclass hero is just going to be even stronger, even burstier and harder to deal with. Seems like Ice Age is at least sending a few members up here to try and slow down or maybe contest this FG.
They have to. It's
Pokemon
too big.
forced to sent back though.
With the Iron Eagle who just respawned, it seems like nope, they are giving it up. I don't know if Order of the Blight know that they do start here.
They definitely know now. Look at the minions. They can see everyone on the map because of the minions. And that's going to be an FG on the way of Order of the Blight. This game should be just about over.
Ice Age continuing to just barely squeak out enough of a defense to make Order of the Blight back up. We'll see if they can try and repeat that again. But they're gonna, I mean, Ice Age is at least 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 wins away from being able to win this game on their own. They're so far back right now. With, I mean, there's tier 1 towers still on the map.
I wouldn't say it's that far back. You have to remember, at this point in the game, as the go button is hit here, Rich taking down O'Jaeger. Iron Eagle barely able to get away from that.
Bubble poked out
and
again.
Order of the Blight. Order of the Blight backing away.
Predictable.
They're actually moving back towards this Titan room. Sanctified Field comes out over the Titan. Bat out of hell forced out to try and
Camelot was taken, getting low.
Six Dog putting one down. Iron Eagle is adding to the kill total as well as
Ice Age completely running this fight, taking out 3 from Order of the Blight. Underclass Hero and Rich on full retreat, trying to make it back. Seeing if they can't maybe catch Sick Dog stepping up a bit too much, but unable to do so.
That is not the fight you're looking for if you Order the Blight. Camelot was taking one of the first into that fight, and you cannot do that as the ADC. You have to let your support, your solo laner step in front of you, and that didn't happen. Camelot was taking really wanted that fight, and he got that fight. Just didn't go the way he wanted it to go.
And taking a look at damage numbers, 54k already from Pokemon on this Merlin. As you said, he is the base defense, just single-handedly keeping Ice Age in this game right now.
Honestly, if you're Order of the Blight, you have to take out this Merlin. Merlin is the one and only target that should be on all 5 of their minds. If you're able to trade 2 people for a Merlin, okay, I don't know if 2 is worth it at this stage of the game, but any one member of the Blight for Merlin is value. Any singular member of Order of the Blight is value in trade for Merlin. And that entire team has to realize that in order for this game to really end. If you're a Blight fan, if you're looking at Ice Age, they have to realize the same thing. They have to realize that Pokemon has been the only thing keeping them in this game the whole way through. And Order of the Blight taking another Primal Fury, really just making sure that only they can really burn the Fire Giant extra fast. Because if you look at these Furies, these giants that keep going down to Order the Blight, it is burning fast.
With 2 Phoenixes up, though, back for Ice Age. And the mid Phoenix not too far away from respawning with the wave pushed to the middle of the lane. Ice Age can definitely step up here, and Golden XP don't matter anymore this late into the game. It's an even fight if they can just position well, get that advantage in the Fire Giant pit. They have a very good chance of being able to take this just as much as Order of the Blight.
Absolutely. Order of the Blight, the time for them to act based on a lead is gone. They have to act based on, well, do it. And a pull in. Oh, Jaeger trying to get out and is just pulled back in.
MLG managing to stay alive as well.
Getting pretty low there, but the transformation giving him that extra health and shield so he's able to work it. Or able to back and should be able to teleport right back in here.
Camelot's mistake
they need
also sent really low. And had to back as well. No one on Ice Age nearby at all. In Order of the Blight, realizing this, going ahead, stepping into the Fire Giant pit, and bringing this Fire Giant down very quickly. Already down to half.
This is another free Fire Giant for Order of the Blight in this game.
Ice Age just losing Jaeger, feeling like they're unable to step up. They do have all 3 birds back up now. They are healing and regenerating. But again, it's EFG, it's a siege, it's Order of the Blight on the offensive, trying to see if they can put this game to a close.
Those of y'all who are wondering, we've spent 1/6 of our entire day in this set in 5 minutes.
Looks like Order of the Blight's trying to make sure we don't get any more than that. Whirlwind of Raging Steel, though, throwing Dirty Bubble back towards the Phoenix. Sanctified Field used, but Sick Dog able to deal with Camelot was taken through it. Dirty Bubble with a sliver of HP here. Jaeger able to close that out as Order of the Blight is forced back once again. EFG not seeming to be enough to allow them to win these team fights.
Underclash Hero going down. With only Rich left alive and undying, this could be exactly what Ice Age needs to try and run back. There are a lot of towers in the way of these Phoenixes, but they just bought themselves a huge window back into this game.
Rich just gonna stay over here at his Phoenix. Look like he's gonna buy some time here. Oh, Jaeger. A lot of damage taken. The ult expended from Rich as he goes into his third ability to give himself some safety. Oh, Jaeger having to expend. It's like the... Where did he get the CC mute?
The Naga proc.
I see it, yep.
Rich not able to keep the bird alive, but he does make sure that Ice Age don't feel comfortable enough to just step into that throne room. Still a tier 1 tower in left, both a tier 2 in left and mid. Ice Age definitely extending this game though by taking that right side bird and winning that fight around FG.
It's worth pointing out, if you look in left, not only is the tower still up, the bastions are there as well. So if they're going to try and take that tower, they've got a lot to go through because that's 20% mitigations for that tower.
Rich on this Order of the Blight team, undying in this game. The only one who hasn't dropped yet. Definitely doing what he can for this Order of the Blight crew, just like Pokemon on the other side is keeping Ice Age.
MLG 11. I'm sorry to interrupt you. MLG 11 diving deep into their back line, getting burnt down very fast.
Lots of abilities and ultimates used there for not a whole lot to actually get done. It looks like Order of the Blight is a little worse for wear low health bars. Primal Fury at this point, not exactly something worth
losing the game over. Excuse me, that's the only Fury. A little more impactful.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Fire minions actually pushing into the base of Order of the Blight for the first time this game. Fire Giant about to respawn in 10 seconds as the Oni minions now start to pour out of the Ice Age base towards Order of the Blight. That is Oni Fire Waves in right as well. At least it is in that right lane where it is much easier to defend and fight over the Fire Giant at the same time. As the dance doesn't even really get a chance to get started as they are immediately in the fire pit. A little bit of a lull here as they try to garner for position, figure out what the best way to attack is. Olorun forced to go deal with those Oni waves in mid. He will reveal himself, letting Ice Age know that they do have a numbers advantage for the time being.
Oh boy. As we continue through, we have hit Leaf. And we've hit the 4-hour mark officially.
What an absolute barn burner of a set between these two Merlin Division teams as the Fire Giant dance continues.
You better believe whoever wins the set, that is a lot of momentum swinging their way. Throughout the, you can let that carry you at least through the next week.
This next fight around this Fire Giant going to be completely even. Everybody's relics, everybody's ultimates, all available as Ice Age do start the Fire Giant, getting it down to just above half for the moment. Trying to test Order of the Blight's response time. Fire Giant getting very low now. Order of the Blight managed to get it. Sanctified Field out to just help confirm that, and once again, Ice Age unable to get the biggest neutral on the map, but we've seen that they are able to defend against an EFG Order of the Blight.
They're able to defend as long as Pokemon stays alive. Pokemon is undying ever since the first 5 minutes of the game.
Both mid laners doing
Very well in this game, not dropping much at all and adding a lot to their team. Both of them being the top damage on their team, with Pokemon out-damaging Rich by quite a decent number with all the defensive sieges that he's had.
And all that damage mitigated by the front line of the Order of the Blight. I almost feel like still they're diving in too deep. They're in too deep and they're trying to keep all the blood in their head.
Order of Blight choosing to head down the right lane here. Trying to get the wave pushed in. Mid wave is also pushed up quite a bit. They could go for like a 4-1 split here to try and break this base of Ice Age once again. They've done it again. They've done it multiple times now, but have been unable to seal the deal. Trying to hope for a different outcome this time. As you said, the priority has to be Pokemon in this fight to try and deal with this Merlin so they have a chance to break further into this base.
This Merlin's just melting the area. Damage, constant damage outpouring from this Merlin, not letting any minions in. If I'm Dirty Bubble or MLG 11, at some point I have to say, you know what, screw this, I'm stepping in. And I'm really thinking it's got to be off the back of Dirty Bubble, one of his first abilities. Because that is too much damage to allow it to come out over and over and over again and just let it happen. You have to get in there at some point.
No matter when they decide to pull that trigger, as the dance just in front of this Phoenix line continues to go back and forth, both teams just poking. There is MG11 getting into the back line. Dharmic Pillar's out. MG11 about to transform as he's whirlwind of Rage Steel back into the team. Ice Age looking very good in this fight as Sanctified Field comes out though. Iron Eagle in the back line getting rid of Hero before Rich puts him back down. A 1-for-1 trade jungle for jungle at the moment, but actually, every ultimate in the game being expended except for Underclass Hero's Gravity Surge, dying a bit too quickly before it can get it off.
Honestly, these birds, these defenses, with this Merlin in the game, Merlin is just too much. Those of y'all out there watching this game, ban Merlin. I think that's the lesson here. Ban Merlin. Do not let this be you. Ban Merlin.
Are you saying people at home don't want to have a 4-hour little set that they play?
I
Games
don't.
going 50 plus every time?
I don't.
Destroyed the Pyromans.
Fire Giant back up again, and we just start over. Back to where we were before. Every Phoenix from Ice Age up and as healthy as they'll get for now, as the teams get ready, fighting for vision, fighting for position around this EFG. Based on how these fights have been going when Order of the Blight have the enhanced Fire Giant, I'm curious to see if Ice Age can confirm this objective. They've been winning without the buff around their waists. What are they going to be able to do if they have EFG?
That is a very interesting proposition indeed. And I, at this point, if it means the end of the game, am very willing to see it. Like, my boys in Merlin, they be playing a game right now, but oh my god, I'm sorry. I want it to end one way or another.
Seems like this play of MLG blinking into the back line there and then the Dharmic Pillars coming out is something that this Order of the Blight team really practiced in trying to make work, but it doesn't quite pan out there. Once again, Dirty Bubble trying to zone out, but they haven't yet pulled this Fire Giant. Still just doing the dance, trying to see what Ice Age is going to do in response.
Ice Age fighting them, it looks like on even footing, even in the jungle, where honestly, this Awula should step forward a little more with MLG. As Ice Age break into the Fire Giant room.
Sanctified Field out, but not getting a whole lot done back there as the fight is getting dragged towards Order of the Blight's base. Sick Dog taking down. We have Underclass Hero getting rid of Iron Eagle again. Ice Age do manage the Fire Giant, but Rich takes
Jaeger
care
down.
of Jaeger.
There's a 4-on-3 now. Can Dirty Bubble get around behind them and maybe catch Pokemon? He's definitely trying. But can he do it?
Flicker away from Pokemon, gets him to safety for the moment. Hunter not worried about the damage out of this Ganesh. We asked what would happen if Ice Age got this EFG, and they did pick it up, losing it on Jaeger and Eagle. But most importantly, they have a frontliner with Hunter that has that Fire Giant buff, and Sick Dog is there, so he can start melting these towers and phoenixes that remain on the Order of the Blight side.
Again, we're at a point where gold is no barrier. Gold doesn't matter. It serves no purpose anymore outside of getting 3K pods and power pods.
Hunter maybe a little caught out here. Dharmic Pillar's expended trying to get the support of Ice Age down. Sick Dog using that ultimate to try and turn some of the damage back around.
Hunter seems completely safe and has no issues, even with standing in the middle of that Dharma pillars with 3 looking at him.
Heroism, however, definitely showing off its mark as it keeps shielding people. And Hunter getting pulled in on the... Oh no, underclass hero going down. Sick dog. Dirty Bubble being chased down by the Camazots. They're gonna get the kill over there as well. Are we finally about to watch the end of this set as yet another game?
Ice Age pushing down mid here, but
Rich taking out Pokemon is absolutely huge in this moment. Can they get rid of Jaeger as well and maybe turn this back around? Without Pokemon,
the defense is gone.
The only stopper in this game was Pokemon. Camazots was taken out. We're going down to Sick Dog. Rich trying to run away from the Camazots.
Sick Dog.
I think Sick Dog has been hearing us talk up Pokemon being the only thing in this team, and he decided to show us that he is just as much a threat
As Pokemon is on this Merlin, getting multiple kills in the past few fights. Ice Age actually pushing into the throne room. Towers be damned, pulling Rich back in. Titan's going to be fairly tanky because of those towers that are still up in duo, but they are slowly starting to burn
Sick Dog
down.
getting burned out by Rich right now. This Titan might just go down. Rich with the kill on Sick Dog. And on an Iron Eagle. Can they get it? No, they can't. Hunter goes down. The game, the set, the match will continue.
Can Order of the Blight use Rich, Dirty Bubble, and Underclass Hero to turn this back around? Push down this mid wave. 4 down. Pokemon is just now back up. Their defense is back alive with 3 birds up.
You got to imagine it's going to be difficult for the 3 of them to break the base. 61 minutes in, no signs of stopping yet.
What a set. Pokemon, his health already cut in half by Rich as they look to move in. Their numbers advantage, good for a half a minute. MLG 11 coming in, and the Phoenix is under siege. Pokemon silenced out, knocked up, pulled in. Can they get him again? Pokemon being chased down, hunted down. MLG 11 with the kill. The Phoenix goes down. Can they end it?
This has got to be it.
Under attack. Jinx
Sanctified Field.
What does he have? Sanctified Field out. Everything being burned in the Titans. We are free.
Order of the Blight
Finally free.
taking the set, putting all of us out of our misery here. What an unbelievable set between these 2 Merlin Division teams. It could not have been
More back and forth than it was just there. I don't even know what to
All right,
say.
production. All right, production. We get it. We get it. The 4 1/4 hour set is now over. Order of the Blight win a absolute barn burner of a set, taking the set 2-1 after 4 hours and 12 minutes.
And the streak continues. Order of the Blight had Cucullin there at the end, and Cucullin remaining undefeated
in this set, being the most consistent solo lane pick that we saw today.
Absolutely. And it's not that any other solo lane pick did poorly. It is simply that quite just at the end of it all, Cucullin has way too much in his kit, way too much survivability, and allowed for a lot more setup for any pick around him, be it the Oloran, be it the Yuhuang, the Merlins, plural, of course. just whatever was around him seemed to do better than whatever was around any other solo laner.
Pokemon with 82,000 player damage in that game. Normally, I would say that was a pretty good number, but we saw someone break 100K in this set, so I don't know. I think Pokemon needs to step those numbers up.
Well, we saw someone break 100K in a set that was 10 minutes longer. Or in a
Yes.
game 10 minutes longer. And you know
Pokemon would have
what?
got there.
It was the other Merlin.
Yeah, looking at mitigated.
I think
That
that
being
is going to
said,
wrap us up here, though. After an unbelievably long set at the end of Saturday here in the Camelot Smite League. I don't even know. What a day. What a day. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out, and we will see you all in the next one.
Goodbye.